to order the November 19th meeting of the Cary Town Council. And at this time, I'll recognize Councilmember Yerha for our ceremonial opening.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Before pledging allegiance tonight to our flag, you may have noticed that flags had been flying at half-mast the last few days by order of the President as an act of respect for the victims of the Paris terrorist attacks. And although that presidential order technically expired at sunset today, we continue to stand with the people of France, and I trust we'll continue to keep all the victims of terrorism in our hearts and prayers. But here in Cary, we especially think of our friends in La Touquet, France, which is not too far from Paris. It's been Cary's sister city for over 20 years. And to that end, we'd like to offer the following proclamation, designating November 19th, 2015 as Remembrance and Solidarity Day for our French sister city. Whereas on Friday, November 13th, 2015, the people of France experienced tragic terrorist attacks. And whereas, in spite of the distance, the town of Cary maintains a strong friendship with our sister city, La Touquet, France. Whereas friendship between people from different communities can be the best protection against violence. And whereas the town of Cary joins cities throughout the world who have French sister cities in expressing solidarity and support. Now, therefore, on behalf of Harold Weinbrecht, Mayor of the town of Cary, and on behalf of the entire Cary Town Council, we do hereby proclaim November 19th, 2015 as Remembrance and Solidarity Day for our French sister city, as a demonstration of our respect and support for the people of France. And we urge all of the citizens of Cary to keep our French brethren in their thoughts during this time of sorrow. Proclaim this 19th day of November, 2015. And one more thing, I trust that we will all take the time, especially exactly 1 week from today, on Thanksgiving Day, to give thanks for all of the blessings we have and all that we enjoy in our lives here in Cary and in these United States. So I now ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Yerha. We now move to our first order of business, and that is to adopt the agenda. I would entertain a motion to do so.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We now move to the second item on the agenda, which is recognitions, reports, and presentations. This is item 2.1. And we are now ready to recognize the 2015 Hometown Spirit Award recipient. And I would invite our 2014 award recipient, Mr. David Martin, to join me at the podium. Before the council meeting, there was a recognition and a reception of all the nominees for the Hometown Spirit Award. And we're a week away from Thanksgiving, and I can't think of what a great thing to do at this time than to honor and recognize those who give so much to our community selflessly throughout the year. So I'm going to call the names of our nominees and ask them to stand and remain standing for just a moment. Desiree Kettler, Ann Kratzer, and Brent Miller. I hope everyone takes the time to read our nominees' comments about our nominees on the website. It's very interesting And it's a great example of how these individuals are community servants, and they work each and every day to help Cary maintain that small town feel. So join me in thanking them for their service one more time. Okay, please be seated. And Mr. Martin, thank you for all you do. You do so much for Cary, and actually do stuff for Raleigh too. But especially Cary, we're very appreciative of that. And we have a sealed envelope with the 2015 recipient, and I'm going to give it to you to open so that we'll find out who the recipient is. And for those who are wondering, I have no idea. So I'm dying to know. So, Mr. Martin, would you do the honors, please? Are you going to tell us? Are you going to?
One of the greatest ladies I know, and her name is Ann B. Cratchit.
So we have this beautiful token to represent this occasion and to recognize your service and the award-winning Hometown Spirit Award winner this year. And we're very grateful for all that you do. You can see I'm tongue-tied. I'm speechless almost.
All right, I am.
But I would like for you, if you would, to say a few words. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What an honor.
Would you please?
Yes, I'd love to. Thank you. Well, we'll just start with this. I cannot tell you how humbled and honored I am to receive this. I have been the lucky one in being able to work with such passionate and creative individuals for the past 40 years, David being one of them. He's been such a great supporter all these years. I want to just put a shout out to Brent and Desiree for the wonderful work that they do in the community. I want to thank Lisa Brinkley, president of the Friends, and Brent, who is also an award nominee here, for nominating me. I wouldn't be here without them. It takes so many exciting and creative people to make a community, and we are just so lucky to have you, council, and staff support all of the efforts of our citizens, and that's what makes us a wonderful community, a very vibrant community, and a hometown community. And I thank you so much for this tremendous honor. Thank you.
And thanks once again to all the nominees for all that you do for us. We now move to item number 3 on the agenda. It's Public Speaks Out. We've included instructions for speaking at this forum on the printed agenda. And if you would like to speak at Public Speaks Out, I would ask that you sit in the rows to my right that are shown as reserved and follow the instructions on the agenda. Public Speaks Out speakers have 3 minutes for their comments, and they may speak on any topic unless it's a public hearing. And the waiting for the public hearing is actually better for you because you'll have 5 minutes to speak at that time. As I said, there's a 3-minute time limit, and to be fair to all of our speakers, there's a timer on the podium, and when that timer turns from a green light to a yellow light, that means you have 30 seconds remaining. And at the end of that 30 seconds, it'll turn from a yellow light to a flashing red light, and at that moment, I will interrupt you, not trying to be rude, but trying to be fair to all of our speakers. There's a 1-hour time limit on Public Speaks Out. I thank all of our speakers in advance to adhering to our 3-minute limit. Also ask that groups have a spokesperson to speak on their behalf to reduce repetitive comments. And I thank everyone in our audience for understanding and respecting that this is a business meeting. Please do not applaud, make remarks from your seats, or anything else that may distract from our meeting. I now open the Public Speaks Out, and I would invite our first speaker forward.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Sinkes, and I am here on behalf of the Cary Town Band. I'd like to speak on behalf of item 6.5 on tonight's agenda with regards to the Cary invasion. And the reason why I'm speaking on behalf of the Cary Town Band is we have been an organization, we were started in 1987. We have represented the town since that period in many different capacities. We are a nonprofit association. No one gets paid. It is a complete volunteer organization. We have represented the town for Veterans Day. It was a recent one. Luncheon, grand openings, ribbon cuttings. We've done the train station. We've been in Cary parades. You name it. When the town needs a band, we are there. The town actually had an incident a couple years ago. They had a group of people that were going to play for the children's parade on 4th of July at Bond Park. And at the very last minute, that band decided they couldn't do it. So the town calls us, we get a group together, we go out and we lead the parade. And we've been doing it every year since. I'm giving you all this history to let you know that we feel like we are an asset to the town. And we don't ask much from the town. We just try to sustain ourselves. We are a house group at the Cary Arts Center, and for that we get the opportunity to pay just a little bit less than other groups that are coming in because we are a house group. But when we perform at the Cary Arts Center often, but we pay for our performances. We pay for our rehearsal space. While we still represent the town, we pay for all of that in addition to being a volunteer group. So we're raising money, trying to make sure that we make ends meet. We save money by performing music that is mostly the copyright has expired on it, so we don't have to pay royalty fees. So if you wonder why we don't play any living composers, that would be why, because it's too expensive for us to perform music of somebody who is currently alive. That said, what I really wanted to speak about was, while I think that the Cary invasion offers a wonderful enhancement to our town, like the Cary Town Band is an enhancement to the town. You're comparing a nonprofit and a for-profit, for one thing. They're a little bit different in that regards. I think that the request by the Cary invasion is causing an inequity for the other groups, such as the Cary Town Band, and we do pay our cents. Yes, I know. I need to go. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker for Public Speaks Out, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name's Doc Thorne. I am the brand owner of the Cary Invasion. There's not a lot that I can tell you new about the Cary Invasion that you don't already know. I'm handing out a packet for each of you to take a look at, if you will. It's from East Cary Middle School. The team did Career Day a month ago. And I know one of the questions is the value of the Cary invasion to the community. Those 12 letters are attached from the kids at East Cary. Will answer any questions you might have about our value. That's all I have to say. I hope that you will look favorably at the Cary invasion when discussion comes up later tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorne. Next speaker, please.
Hello there, Town of Cary, and good evening. My name is Shonda Clifton. I recently relocated from St. Mary's, Georgia, and I'm up here now. I reside in Raleigh, but I am the captain of the Alienettes, and we are the cheerleaders for the Cary invasion. I just want to say thank you so much for your support, and you guys look fabulous. And I hope you guys have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for Public Speaks Out? I need you to move just to the left. There you go. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilman. My name is Craig Daniel, and I'm one of a number of volunteers who's involved on every game day at the Cary invasion, helping make that all possible. And I also have a day job in the sports industry. I actually drive all the way out to Wilson, North Carolina to work for the baseball team there in the summertime. I'm part of their front office. And so I know from that experience that every organization in the sports industry is absolutely dependent on the relationship that we have with the town. And I wanted to thank you all for the support that you've offered the invasion in the past. And I wanted to encourage you to help with continuing to support the invasion and doing what you can to make it possible for us to continue operating this organization and providing this entertainment and this sense of public spirit for the community of Cary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. How are you all doing? My name is Charles Ward. I'm also a member of the professional basketball team here in Cary called the Cary Invasion. Just wanted to also extend our gracious appreciation for the support that you all have given us thus far, and hopefully continue with support. As a couple of other people already touched on, it's a big thing in the community as far as the town, help uplifting the town, bringing revenue into town, helping kids also see other ways to reach their goals and aspirations and self-confidence, having fun. It's all the way, it helps uplift your community. So, again, I hope to have y'all continue support, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for Public Speaks Out? We got one.
All right. My name is Ross Broadbeck. As you probably guessed, I'm not here to talk about the Cary invasion. I'm here to talk about the West High rezoning. Most of what could be said up here I've already said, so I'm going to try to keep this pretty brief. Just a couple points to make. One is you're going to hear about this collector street between Salem Church and West High. And I would like to, again, just point out that it's proposed as a collector street. On the one hand, if it's a collector street, it should be something that relieves traffic in the area. On the other hand, if it's built as a collector street, I've already heard that we don't want to have it be a drag strip. So to me, that's a opposite thing here, where we're proposing a collector street, but then again, we don't want to have all this traffic. So I'd like to point out, again, another infrastructure issue with this rezoning. The second thing, I've harped on this light before, the signal warrant study. Like I've said before, I don't believe that there will be enough traffic at that light. I've also been told that I need to be contacting residents when the traffic study goes on to be sure that everyone uses that intersection as if there were a light there. And when I hear things like that, again, that and the Collector Street stuff, I feel like this rezoning is ill thought out, and that there are a lot of problems. The last thing that I'd like to address is just to remind you that there haven't been any changes in the westbound access to Davis Drive, whether it be Salem Church or it be Davis Drive. Obviously, we don't have that connection. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but still, that has not changed. So I'd just like to point that out. There is no change in that. And I think that the towns of Cary, Apex, and the railroad need to be able to work together and work something out there, because that is the central issue in this rezoning. And nothing has changed there. There's still an infrastructure issue and an adverse impact. So again, from my point of view, I think we have a problem here. I think that this rezoning is not thought out well, and I don't think that you should vote for it tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. My name is Tom Magnani. I live in the Old Salem development. In large measure, I agree with what Ross said. Our concern in my development is traffic and speeding and people running stop signs. You'll be hearing from myself and other people in my development in terms of perhaps a speed bump or a speed hump. With that, I realize is not to be here. I also would like to see a light on the turn onto Cary Parkway from West High. I think that's crucial. I appreciate, too, that the developer has committed to putting a collector road in to Salem Church, and that will open up what's now a dead-ended stub at Beth Barra. It gets us a second way in and out. West High was mostly closed, I think about a year ago, for a water main job. So I appreciate the need for a second connector. I assume that the development will go through. I think, all things considered, it's probably the best we're going to get, economics being what it is. We're not going to see $1 million homes go up. So the compromise is you need more homes. And having said that, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the council, I'm Tom Beebe with Standard Pacific Homes. Just an update about a couple of things. One, the Chapel Hill Road rezoning. As I promised, we continued to work with the Homeowners Association next to it and have worked out an agreement. That protest petition has been withdrawn. I think they're satisfied with what we're doing. Just wanted to let you know we've worked hard at it, as I said we would. And with respect to West High, we have also met with them and communicated with them on a number of occasions. One of the neighborhoods has indicated they now support what we're doing. I think opposition is at least less, if not a couple of neighborhoods in favor. We ask humbly and respectfully ask that you support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Haywood, and I'm also here representing a nonprofit, Cary Elementary PTA, and I actually happen to be the vice president this year after serving 2 years as president. I have had the amazing pleasure of knowing Doc Thorne and the Cary Invasion because they've actually helped out our school. What you may not know is that they actually donate game tickets to our school, they come to events, they lend support. So I'm asking for your favor of a vote in support of Doc. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for Public Speaks Out? Seeing no one, will close Public Speaks Out. And we'll move to our next agenda item, which is the consent agenda. For the benefit of people watching our meeting on TV, I'm going to take a moment to read our consent agenda items. Please keep in mind that one vote approves all of these items. After reading the items, I will ask council members if they would like any of these items pulled for discussion. On the consent agenda, we have minutes, Cary Emergency Medical Services and Fire Department co-locating agreement, scheduling public hearings for the following annexations: 15A20 located west of Ludershop Road and Barbie Road intersection, 15A21 located at 3890 North Carolina 55, Highway 55, 15A16 located at 1728 Store Road. We also have amendment to town ordinance regarding hotel guest registration, memorandum of agreement with town and with the town of Nags Head, policy statement revisions for the following: 152, public records; 165, electronic messaging policy. We also have consideration of reimbursement of funds for traffic signal upgrade associated with the Pritchett Farm subdivision. We also have consideration of closing an open right-of-way off the Cortland View Lane. Is there a council member who would like any of these items pulled for discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We now move to public hearings. That's item 5 on your agenda. Same rule applies for public hearings that applied for public speaks out, with one exception. Instead of 3 minutes to speak, you now have 5 minutes. Our first public hearing is an owner-initiated annexation, 15A18, for property located at 6200, 6308, and 6312 Holly Springs Road. The property owner and the town residents may speak at this public hearing. Mr. Nicholas of our staff will present the item. We're going to open the public hearing, and council will not take action on this item this evening. Mr. Nicholas.
Thank you. Good evening, council. This request is for annexation of 13.39 acres of property located at 6200, 6308, and 6312 Holly Springs Road, approximately 730 feet southwest of the Holly Springs Road and Jones Franklin Road intersection. The request also includes 0.46 acres of adjacent right-of-way. Property is in Cary's ETJ and is zoned transitional residential conditional use. The request is associated with subdivision plan 15 SB 15, which proposes a total of 63 townhomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Now it's time for public hearing for property annexation 15A18, and I would invite our first speaker forward. Anyone to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing, and as I stated earlier, council will not take action. This will follow along with a rezoning that is coming at a later date. We now move to item number 2, Hollybrook rezoning 15 REZ 22. We will once again hear a staff report, allow the applicant to explain the request, and conduct a public hearing. Council will not take action on this item tonight. Instead, we're going to refer it to our Citizen Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning. Ms. Bierman will introduce this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a request to apply initial Town of Cary zoning to about 71 acres on Hollybrook Drive and other streets within the Hollybrook subdivision. The applicant in this case is the Town of Cary in coordination with the property owners and the Homeowners Association. This is a vicinity map that shows the location of the property between Kildare Farm Road and Stevens Road. This property was, or the subdivision was annexed into the town by action of the state legislature, and that was effective June 30th of 2015. So we're now taking the separate step of applying zoning. Here you can see the site in relation to the other corporate limits within the town as well. Currently, there is no zoning on the site since it was annexed into Cary. There's currently no zoning. Prior to annexation, it was zoned R30 in Wake County. The proposed zoning districts on the site are a combination of residential 8 for some of the smaller lots, residential 20 for some of the larger existing lots, Also, a couple of parcels that are zoned R40 or would propose to be R40, and the dark green areas in resource recreation. The land use plan shows low density, medium, and density residential, as well as resource recreation. There are some streams shown on the site according to Cary's GIS maps, and these largely coincide with the resource recreation areas, or the areas proposed for the resource recreation zoning. There are no facilities in the vicinity of the site shown on Cary's Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources facilities plans. This shows the road network in the area. Kildare Farm is a major thoroughfare. Stevenson Road is a minor thoroughfare, and then Hollybrook Drive is shown as a collector street through the site. This map shows properties that were notified of the public hearing. At the neighborhood meeting, there were 8 residents from the nearby neighborhood that attended, and there were several general questions concerning largely the extension of utilities and the process for that. That concludes staff's comments, and we'll be glad to answer any questions.
Very good. Now's the time for the public hearing for REZ 15, REZ 22, the Hollybrook rezoning, and I would invite our first speaker forward.
Hi, how's it going? So my name's Derek Skinner. I live in the subdivision to the north of this site. I'd just like to raise an issue that I am concerned about with the rezoning plan. Currently, as mentioned, the site is the land use plan calls for a low-density residential area to the north of the Coralberry Circle section. The proposed rezoning calls for that 12-acre lot to be rezoned R8, which is closer to medium density. Being in the subdivision to the north, there's the concern of the increased traffic coming down Brook Cross Drive, and that'll potentially cause safety and safety issues and damage to the roads. My understanding is that previously there had been issues with construction vehicles coming down Brook Cross and causing damage to the roads. So I'd just like to enter that to be considered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Anyone else to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, will close this public hearing. And as I said, it will go to the Planning and Zoning Board. Comments?
I just have one comment about that area. Oops. Nope. Take it back. That site, it really borders more low density, very low density, or I don't know what the size of those. I'm having a little trouble here. Sorry.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Lots to the east and to the south. And then to the west, it has the green space. So it's really not up against the R8 properties. It would be more appropriate for that acreage there to be something like an R20, since it backs up. See how it backs up to those large lots to the east and to the south, or to the west and to the south? I had my directions backwards, sorry. West and south there. It seems like R8 is kind of squeezing in too much right there.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, the homes are already there, right?
Homes are already there.
And
So
so what is the density?
No, this would
what
be-
is the current density?
This
Is
little
that what-
green space has no homes on it.
Right.
So
You're
it's
talking
an
about the
infill.
west.
Yeah, so it's an infill
where the
spot.
park, where the PKS.
Right, so they made it the same as R8 as the lots that run along Hollybrook and Brook Cross right there. But because they back up on 2 sides, or technically maybe even 3 sides, to larger lots, it looks like the better transition would be something like R20 there.
Get to that site.
Other comments?
Is this town initiated? Because we just brought them in. Who initiates this?
The town is the applicant.
Town's the applicant?
The town is the applicant. There were meetings and discussions with the neighborhood and the homeowners association. Because the property has already been annexed, it's necessary to have a zoning district applied on there.
Oh, that's fine.
So they're in the discussions and meetings with the neighborhood. I think that was the request.
Do the people who live on Little White Pine, Teardrop, and Turnbuckle have an opportunity to weigh in on that?
It's county, right?
The notification was sent to everyone within
them,
800 feet. Right.
Okay, to me, it looks like it's going to be one of those opportunities for too much in a tiny space, and the larger lots would be more appropriate there.
Okay, good one for our Planning and Zoning Board. Hear what they have to say. All right, we'll move to our next items. It's the annexation 15A19 and rezoning 15 REZ 21. The public hearing will include both of them. We're going to hear from our staff and allow the applicant to explain the request. We're going to hold, like I said, a public hearing for both of these items. Council will not take action on these items tonight. Instead, we're going to refer those to the Planning and Zoning Board, and each of these items will come back to Council at a future date. Ms. Spearman will once again introduce these items.
Thank you. This is a request to annex and apply initial Town of Cary zoning to about 16 acres located at 1312 Bachelor Road. You can see the property here outlined in yellow. Bachelor Road, which is this portion of Bachelor Road, which is in a public right-of-way, but the road itself is a gravel road that extends up the western or the eastern portion of the site. And then Green Level Road to the south, and then Bachelor Road coming up from Green Level to the property. As you mentioned, there is also an associated annexation petition with this case. The existing zoning on the site is residential 40 watershed in Wake County. The proposed zoning is R40 conditional use, also conservation residential overlay district and watershed protection overlay district. Proposed zoning conditions include limiting land use to detached dwellings, neighborhood recreation, and public or private park space. It shows the land use plan. This area is designated very low density conservation residential. The plan for the VLCR area calls for conventional subdivision development with the 40,000 square foot minimum lot size, or conservation subdivisions with the conservation subdivision design guidelines that allow for smaller lot sizes with the additional open space that's required per standards of the ordinance, with a maximum density in that case of 1.5 units per acre. There is a small area of the site that's impacted by stream buffers according to Cary's maps. This would be field determined at the time of the development plan review. There are no facilities shown on the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan in the vicinity. And here you can see the transportation plan shows Bachelor Road as a collector. And then you can see Green Level West Road as a thoroughfare along the south. This shows the map of properties notified of the public hearing. And that concludes staff's comments. Following the public hearing, will be available for questions.
Very good. At this time, I would invite the applicant forward to explain the request.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council. My name is Ed Sconfienza with the Site Group. I'm standing in for my business partner, Brandon Moore, and we're here representing the property owner, Mr. Franklin, and the developer, Mr. Mashburn. everything that Mary said is pretty succinct and covers it. This is directly to the south of the Purse property, which you're probably pretty familiar with. It's a property that the Pine Rail pump station is currently being constructed on. And this property does drain to that pump station by gravity. So we won't have to build a pump station for it. If you read the staff report, you'll note that all of the conditions for review of a rezoning have been met, and there are no special considerations in this project. We just ask you to move this forward to the Planning Commission for public hearing. If you have any questions for me, I'll try and answer them.
We may get back to you after the public hearing. Thank you.
I'll be here.
Ms. Bierman, anything to add on this? Okay, very good. At this time, we'll open the public hearing for annexation 15A19 and rezoning 15 REZ 21, and I would invite the first speaker forward. Anyone to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing, open it up to council members for questions or comments. Nope, very good. This will go to our Planning and Zoning Board, and we'll probably see it back in a couple of months. We'll move to our next public hearing. It's for annexation 15A17, located at 8127 and 8205 Ridgeback Road, and 5.6, White Oak Village Subdivision Rezoning Request 15 RZ 17. We're going to hear from our staff. We're going to allow the applicant to explain the request. We're going to conduct a public hearing, and council will not take action on these items tonight. Instead, we're going to refer it to our Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. Each of these items will come back to council at a future date. Mr. Nicholas will introduce these items.
Thank you. This is a request for annexation and to establish initial town of Cary zoning for property located at 8127 and 8205 Ridgeback Road. As you can see on the vicinity map, the subject property is located north of Green Level West Road and just to the east of White Oak Church Road. This aerial view gives a little closer view of the property. You can see there's a detached dwelling on each of the two properties there, and the site is also fairly wooded with some open area to the east side of the properties. An annexation petition has been submitted for both of these properties. The slide shows the location of the site in relation to the existing corporate limits of the town. You see it borders the existing corporate limits on the west side and a little bit on the south side of the property. The site's currently outside of Cary's ETJ and has a Wake County zoning designation of residential 40. A Cary zoning designation must be applied before the property can be annexed. The applicant has requested a zoning designation of residential 40 conditional use. As part of the rezoning, the Conservation Residential Overlay District and the Watershed Protection Overlay District will also be applied. The zoning condition proposed by the applicant would limit the land uses on the property to detached residential and neighborhood recreation. Future land use recommendations for the property are contained in the Southwest Area Plan, which designates the property as very low density conservation residential with a density limit of 1.5 dwellings per acre. It is possible to have lots smaller than 40,000 square feet in this district, provided there's additional open space provided with the subdivision. This slide shows the location of potential stream buffers on the property. Field determination of these features will be required at the time of development plan review. This slide shows location of greenways and sidewalks in the vicinity of the subject property. The northern portion of the property is adjacent to Ridgeback Road, which is shown on the town's comprehensive transportation plan as a proposed collector road. And owners of property within 800 feet of the subject site, which are shown here in yellow, were mailed notices of the public hearing. And this concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. At this time, I would invite the applicant forward to explain the annexation and rezoning.
My name is Joel Mallon. I work with McKim & Creed, and we're the engineers for this project. This is what we're doing, represent the owner.
are the developer for this property and initiated annexation, and so we can get it into the ETJ and then get the town of Cary zoning that we would like to have, which will be the R40 conditional use. The type of homes that we're looking at putting on this site are 100-foot by 150-foot homes. They are 15,000 square foot minimum lot size. There will be, the appropriate open space that is required for conservation overlay district. We believe this will be a very nice neighborhood, and one of the things that came up in the neighborhood meeting was the Ridgeback Road currently is the gravel road. This annexation will be a part of another project that is currently under review by your staff. The connection, road connection for this development is Green Level West Road. There would be a total of less than 65 lots, probably, or 67 lots for this entire development. And the primary access would be out at Green Level West Road. In our DRC meetings and review with the other project, we've had conversations with your staff. The assistant fire chief indicated that the condition of the Ridgeback Road right now is adequate as a secondary access road for emergency services. What the owner or the developer is doing is he has prepared a maintenance agreement that can be signed by the residents that would use Ridgeback Road, and this maintenance agreement will maintain the road as it currently exists, until the road is extended, out to White Oak Church Road. And I think that's about all that I have, and I'll be glad to answer questions if we have any comments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now's the time for the public hearing for annexation 15A17 and rezoning 15RZ17, and I would invite our first speaker forward. Anyone to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing, open it up to council members for questions or comments. Okay, no comments or questions. This will go to our Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. We now move to item 5.7. It's the Luter Property Comprehensive Plan Amendment, and 5.8, Luter Property at Carpenter Fire Station Road rezoning request 15R16. We're going to hear from our staff. We're going to allow the applicant to explain the request. We're going to conduct a public hearing for both items. Council will not take action on these items tonight. Instead, we're going to refer the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezoning request to our Planning and Zoning Board for their review and recommendation. These items will come back to Council at a future date. Mr. Ramage of our staff will present the comprehensive plan amendment, and Ms. Bierman of our staff will present the rezoning request. Mr. Ramage.
Yes, thank you. This is a request to amend the comprehensive plan for about 21 acres in the northwest portion of Cary's planning jurisdiction. The subject site is at the northwest corner of the intersection of Carpenter Fire Station Road and Green Level Church Road. The site's immediately adjacent to the Arlington Park subdivision on the west side of the site. You can also see the Cary Park Town Center diagonally opposite on the southeast quadrant of that intersection. This perspective aerial view may help a little bit. You get a better view of the site in relation to Arlington Park immediately on the left or west side of the site. You can also see the Cary Park Town Center in the lower right of the image. Across the street, the area you see under construction is the Park Corner Retail Project. And at present, there's one out parcel developed. I believe it's a Walgreens, and the rest was approved under a PDP a couple of years ago. Mail notification of tonight's hearing was sent to all properties within 800 feet of the site, as shown on this map. Morris Branch runs across the northern edge of the site, east to west. It includes quite a bit of regulatory floodplain as well. The Morris Branch Greenway runs along the north side of Morris Branch, just north of the site, so there would be connections required to that. There's also the Amberley Lake Greenway just west of the site with a stub to this location. A street side trail is planned on the opposite side of Green Level Church Road from the site. According to the Comprehensive Transportation Plan, Green Level Church and Carpenter Fire Station roads are both designated as major thoroughfares, 4 lanes, median divided. The nearest fixed route, existing fixed route transit service is operated by Triangle Transit. It's Route 311. It runs along Highway 55, which is a little over 1.5 miles from the site. We show on this map a dotted green line, a dashed green line, which may represent, it could represent future C-Tran expansion for the town of Cary. However, all that's dependent still on its influx with the ongoing efforts of the Wake Transit Plan update. The site is currently zoned residential 40 district. It's also within the Jordan Lake Watershed Overlay District. Now we come to the land use plan, the subject of this first part of the presentation. Future land use recommendations for this site come from the town's Northwest Area Plan, and that plan designates the site as medium to high density residential with a plan note, the 7 you see on the map, which recommends the densities not exceed 10 units per acre. This dates from 2002, and where you see the note all the way on the left-hand side, where is Yates Store Road, to the right-hand side where Green Level Church Road is. Before that subdivision, Arlington Park, was built, everything was covered by that one designation, medium to high-density residential with Note 7. And the reason that was done was because the site you see wasn't part of Amberley. Amberley was with the rest of the properties just west of the site. Amberley's tract had exactly that zoning, medium to high density, but they had a cap of 10. So this site was planned with the Northwest Plan to exactly match the zoning next door in Amberley. The mixed-use Cary Park Community Activity Center is shown with the solid blue boundary on this slide. The Northwest Plan also recommends the provision of an open space corridor along Morris Branch, having a total average width of about 200 feet each side of the stream. And most of that's accounted for in this case by the regulatory floodplain. So the applicants propose the plan be amended to place the site within the boundaries of the Cary Park Mixed-Use Community Activity Center. In addition, the applicants are requesting that the base map designation be changed to commercial, so which, in this case, since this is in an area plan, the designation of commercial really is the most important thing in this case. So should the site be amended to commercial even in the activity center, any future rezoning would not be required to have a mix of uses on it. An applicant for a rezoning case could find conformance going with commercial only. This slide compares the recommended metrics for a community activity center with the current situation in the Cary Park CAC, and it kind of shows the projected outcome if the CPA were approved or not approved. So the gray column, second column in this slide, shows the recommended metrics from the town of Cary's land use plan for a community-sized activity center. And in the yellow or gold column in the center, build out without CPA, shows what this site is pretty much all built out today. Everything is approved, and you saw on the other slide everything's in place. So the actual numbers you have today are shown in that yellow column. There's about 165,000 square feet of existing retail uses. The final column in green, build out with CPA or comprehensive plan amendment, is the projection of what would happen if this property was added to the center and its proposed 110,000 square feet of uses, which comes from the rezoning case, was applied on that site. Basically, the most notable thing is that we're not adding office space to this area. So as you see in the third row, office as a percentage, that starts to drop below the recommended. The office mix, because you're increasing the commercial amount, your office mixes continues to drop lower and lower. The residential numbers are doing fine, and the amount of retail floor space is good with or without the amendment. It may also be worth noting that in the land use plan, we do note that the metrics aren't the last word in conformance with the comprehensive plan, every activity center, depending on the land that's left and the geography, is going to be a little bit different. So this slide summarizes a few of the initial observations regarding the case. The first I already mentioned, because this was planned as one piece adjacent to Amberley, you currently see medium density next to medium density. Second, we took a look, since this is a request to place commercial use immediately next to an existing built medium density residential area, we took a look to see, well, what have we done in the past when we actually made and developed the Northwest Area Plan, Southwest Plan, and even the Southeast Area Plan. We said there hasn't been cases where the town has put medium next to commercial, except in situations where the commercial was already built. So we have had plans in the Crossroads area, for example. You have a shopping center, there's vacant land right next door, and we said, well, somebody could come in and put in a townhome or medium density product, and it could work well. But we've never done it the other way, where the housing was already in place and then we added commercial. It's also happened where both were vacant. So when the Northwest Plan first happened, for example, in Stonewater PDD, you've got a future commercial tract at the time was next to a vacant future medium density tract. So that's the history of what we've seen. We do, however, have a recent comprehensive plan amendment that did place commercial next to medium density, and that was the Meacham CPA a couple of years ago, and in that case the neighborhood supported putting commercial next to them. The fourth point is that transitions between commercial and medium density residential are, of course, possible, but they need to be evaluated based on the actual zoning proposal, neighborhood views, and in light of town ordinances and guidelines. And Ms. Bierman will be able to tell you more about what's being offered on the rezoning side. This slide indicates the 4 criteria that are identified in Cary's land development ordinance that should be considered when you were evaluating a request to amend the comprehensive plan. The only one of these criteria that may or may not apply seems to be the second one, which is there any new issue, need, or opportunity that wasn't discovered. In past discussions, the applicants pointed out that a number of the future shopping center sites anticipated in the original Northwest Plan never emerged, and that the Northwest area may end up being underserved by supermarkets at build-out. However, this is not something that we've been able to evaluate at this point, though we can certainly look into it if so requested by Council or the Planning Board. So I'll now turn the presentation over to Mary Bierman, and she'll present the associated rezoning request.
Thank you, Mr. Ramage. Ms. Bierman.
Thank you. The existing zoning on the site is currently R40. The proposed zoning is mixed-use district and mixed-use overlay district. As you know, with the mixed-use district rezoning, preliminary development plan is required. It's a component of the zoning. The preliminary development plan for this site includes several characteristics. The land use that's proposed is commercial. The maximum floor area for the site would be 110,000 square feet, contained in up to 7 buildings. Those buildings include sizes that range from 7 to 15,000 square feet for most of the buildings, with one building being potentially as large as 55,000 square feet. This is the preliminary development plan that has gone through a staff review, and it reflects the numbers that I just mentioned in that summary. The traffic study was conducted and including assumptions that would allow 55,000 square foot grocery store, 25,000 square feet of general retail, also a convenience store with fuel pump, one fast food restaurant with a drive-through, and a bank with 3 drive-through lanes. So those were the assumptions built into the traffic study. The applicant has indicated to staff that they will be submitting a revised plan for review. They did provide us a copy of the rendering as well as a color copy illustrating that plan. However, I would like to point out that that plan has not been reviewed by staff. It is provided in the materials for discussion purposes as a reference as part of the applicant's presentation if they choose to use that, but just to know that staff has not reviewed that yet. And as the case moves forward, then based on that, they would submit a new plan that would go through that detailed review. So this concludes staff comments. Following the applicant's presentation, and the public hearing will be available for questions on both the plan amendment and the rezoning request.
Thank you, Ms. Bierman. At this time, I'd invite the applicant forward to explain their request.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Glenda Topp with Glenda S. Topp and Associates, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the property owners, the Luter family. Before you tonight are two items, the land use plan amendment and the rezoning, and I'm going to start with the comprehensive plan amendment. The current comprehensive plan designation for this property is primarily medium to high density residential, which allows for single family, including small lot residential, duplexes, triplexes, and townhomes, or multifamily housing such as apartments with a density up to 10 units per acre. There is also a small portion of the property that's designated for parks and or open space, and this portion of the land use plan we are not proposing to change. As staff pointed out, we are requesting a land use plan change to commercial. With the staff analysis of the activity center, the range for retail uses can be between $250,000 and $600,000, and with the additional retail that we're adding, it would be roughly 274,500 square feet, which is within the range in the land use plan. On the other hand, the current residential uses in the Cary Park Community Activity Center have already been met. As the chart showed, there's a residential development that is well within the range of what's allowed within a community activity center. I think it's important to note also that with residential development that has occurred in this area, as we understand it, there has been concern voiced by council to adding additional residential development, particularly townhomes and apartments, given the overcrowded nature of the Wake County public school system and the already burdened nature that they are under. In addition to fitting in nicely into the activity center, we believe the preliminary development plan, which we will show you in just a moment, addresses many of the goals of the comprehensive plan, including providing for walkable retail adjacent to medium density residential, which does not require crossing of a major thoroughfare, developing in locations already served by existing infrastructure such as roads and utilities, providing a generous landscape buffer between the proposed development and the adjacent neighborhood, which creates an effective transition between the major thoroughfares, the retail uses, and the existing residential development. As we pointed out, we are maintaining the natural area that is shown on the land use plan, which addresses protecting environmentally sensitive areas. And again, by changing the land use, there would be no impact on the Wake County public school system. And in conclusion, for this portion, we believe the comprehensive plan amendment is warranted, is in the public interest, and supports the overall goals of the comprehensive plan. For the rezoning portion, as staff pointed out, the current zoning is R40. We are asking to bring the property into the mixed-use overlay district. The zoning that we are asking for is MXD, and with the MXD zoning, one is required to submit a preliminary development plan. The developer, who is a similar company, proposes to construct a grocery-anchored neighborhood shopping center with a square footage up to 110,000 square feet. Also, the largest single building cannot exceed 55,000 square feet. In addition to the grocery store, there are other uses planned for the property, including retail shops, restaurants, service uses, and we're also, of course, looking at possible office uses, which would include dental and medical. One thing that we want to touch on now, and Council has a copy, since the original submittal of our preliminary development plan, we have made changes to the plan. And I know Ms. Bierman has it for us to show you. Mary, do you have the first one? The existing one. She's helping. She said we could add some slides, but she controls the machine.
Don't you forget it. She's in charge.
She's in charge, right. Don't go yet. So here, I'm going to have her go back and put the colored one up. This shows the existing preliminary development plan that we submitted initially with the rezoning application. This is the plan that was shown to the neighbors when we had our first neighborhood meeting in this council chambers that's required now by the town of Cary. At our second neighborhood meeting, there was discussion with just a few people in terms of what they may like to see. So from that meeting, we did make some substantial changes, which now, if Mary would put that on the screen, here is the new preliminary development plan that we are going to submit to the town of Cary that reflects the changes that we've made. And I know that you are also looking, that was passed out, the existing colored rendering of the preliminary development plan, the new one, and also a illustrative plan that I will show you before concluding my presentation. Want to point out a couple of important points with the revised preliminary development plan. One thing that is important, when we looked at the process, we felt it was important if we were going to ask for a commercial land use and commercial zoning through the MXD, that it was important that council see a plan and see a vision for the property. By including this in the overlay district and asking for MXD zoning, the preliminary development plan is required. So we felt that this would be a benefit not just for council, but for the residents to also understand what was being planned for the property. As you can see from this plan, we have also included a walkable Main Street center. Again, it is anchored with a grocery store. We have added, although you can't see it here, but you'll see it with another map, we've added neighborhood amenities such as public seating, sidewalks, outdoor dining, plazas with water, with fountains, and also, of course, bike racks, which are required. But again, it was important for this to be a type of shopping center that was neighborhood friendly, people would want to visit. And also, with this plan, we have greatly increased the amount of buffer between Arlington Park and the proposed commercial development. We believe that what is being planned is a walkable development that encourages people to come and shop, eat, and utilize the other services in a setting where people can sit outside and be with their families and just enjoy a pleasant day or evening. And we also feel that this area can support the proposed development. We want to point out that we have tried to engage the adjacent neighborhood on this rezoning and comprehensive plan amendment. We did have 2 follow-up neighborhood meetings after the required meeting. Unfortunately, the turnout was low. We had hoped for more people to attend, but unfortunately, I guess for various reasons, there weren't many people who attended. However, with the number of people who did attend, we listened, and again, we made changes to the preliminary development plan, and we also offered to make changes, meaning we offered zoning conditions based on the conversation that we had with those people who did attend our meetings. And what I'd like to do is enter for the record the changes that we are proposing. We are offering new zoning conditions, and of course, given the fact that this is a rather lengthy process, staff has not had a chance to look at these, But again, I think it's important for council and those that are here tonight to see how we have listened and what we have been willing to do thus far, or I should say, what the developer has been willing to do so far. The original design did not have a main street. They felt it was a disconnected shopping center with more out parcels where, you know, it wasn't something that they would feel like they could be a part of. So with this plan, we have included a main street, which is shown on the preliminary development plan. And again, with working with staff, we will offer either with the plan or written conditions that there will be a main street. There was a request to move the buildings further from Arlington Park. As you can see, the large building has moved significantly away from Arlington Park, and it does have the largest amount of buffer between it and the property line. The closest building is now 200 feet from the property line. Again, we will offer a condition that addresses the distance of buildings to the property line. They were interested in seeing, again, with this Main Street feel, they wanted to see amenities that people would actually enjoy being around. What we have added are fountains, plaza areas, outdoor seating, wider sidewalks, potentially special pavement treatment. Again, we will add those through working with staff with the preliminary development plan. The buffer, as you can see, has been increased, but it's also, even before that, is greater than what's required by the LDO. In terms of orienting the larger building, what we have done is the loading dock now does not back up to the neighborhood. So we have done that. We've also worked with Publix, and they are willing to give up their drive-through for a pharmacy. So we will add that as a condition, that the use of this building will not have any drive-through. There was also a concern about 24-hour businesses, particularly with the grocery store. The hours that we will be offering as a zoning condition will be similar to the Publix that's currently in Cary, and they are not a 24-hour operation, so this will not be either. There was at least one person who did not want there to be a gas station on this property, so we have conditioned that there will be no gas station with convenience store, although we have heard from some people there is a desire to have more gas stations out in this area, but we said at one of those two meetings that we would delete the use. And if you look at the staff report that was provided to you and the amount of traffic that is generated by a gas station / convenience store, by deleting that use, it does change and dramatically reduce the amount of traffic that will be generated from the shopping center. There was a discussion about deleting all drive-throughs. We did delete the pharmacy drive-through for the grocery store. We are not at this point ready to commit to having no drive-throughs. That's something that we want to continue to meet with the neighbors on. They were worried about lighting. We explained to them that Cary has an excellent lighting ordinance. However, we have agreed to reduce the height of the poles, which was a comment that was made, from 40 feet to 25 feet, which will further minimize light spillover. We will add that as a condition. There was also a concern about noise, particularly from the grocery store. So we have offered hours limiting the dumpster collection and deliveries from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Again, that will be a zoning condition. And lastly, which I'm sure will come as no surprise to council, there was a concern about connectivity. There's 2 points of connection that is shown on the plan through Arlington Park. One is through Jockey's Club, and it is the one furthest north. We've met with staff, and due to topographic reasons in the stream buffer, we feel that that connection is not possible. However, we are still showing the connection to Northlands Drive. The TAR did not specify that it was needed. Of course, the developer doesn't need it for his development. However, we do understand the town's policy on connection. If connection there is required, we will do what we can to mitigate any potential cut-through traffic, which we've done with the layout in terms of making it difficult to get there. We will also look at providing special pavement treatment, signage, and the restrictions on commercial vehicles. But again, as we've explained to the residents, this is something that we do not have complete control over, that this is really a town of Cary policy. Lastly, I would ask Ms. Bierman if she could put up the illustrative plan. It is for illustrative purposes only. There are components of it that I have addressed tonight that will become conditions, but again, this is what we are looking to create on the site, and the view is off of Carpenter Fire Station Road looking into the grocery store. So again, I do want to point out it's not a condition, but there are components like the fountains, the sidewalks, the outdoor eating area. Again, we have to work with staff to put pictures into words, so that's what we'll be doing. I want to just briefly why we believe that the rezoning is in the public interest. It adds retail activity in an area that is really on the low end of retail. It supports the comprehensive plan's goals of a walkable retail area, includes pedestrian neighborhood amenities, infrastructure is in the area. It has the ability to add tax base and jobs, and again, it would not be a burden on the Wake County public school system. In conclusion, I do want to add that the Simbler Company, who is the potential developer of the property, is a family-owned retail development, property management, and leasing company. And they have been working in this business for over 50 years in the southeastern United States and are very successful with the development of retail shopping centers. They are a company that believes strongly in openness, meeting with adjacent property owners. I think this can be seen from from their willingness to meet and continue to meet with the adjoining property owners. It is our hope, and particularly their hope, that in moving forward, that more people in the area will come to our meetings so that we can have a more fruitful dialogue. And we do feel that we have incorporated a lot of what we've heard. I'm sure there are more things that we could do, but for starters, I do feel that we have tried to accommodate the comments and concerns that we've heard up till this point. And the developer is someone who I can say is very willing to commit to things. Like I said, when the comment was made, no gas stations, he immediately said no gas stations. Lastly, I just want to add that the Luter family, this property has been within the Luter family, the big Luter family, for over 150 years. So this is land that has been in the family for a long time. They live nearby. They've seen the area develop around them. They are really looking for their opportunity to have their property developed. They take pride in what has been done around them. They want what happens on this property to be a quality development. They have come to all our meetings. They have been very engaged in the process. And it is their hope that what is being planned for their property can come to fruition. There are other members of our team that are here tonight that will be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Top. Now it's time for the public hearing for Comprehensive Plan Amendments 15 CPA 07 and rezoning 15 REZ 16. And now I would invite our first speaker forward.
Good evening. Pardon me. My name is Ben Kuhn. I'm with Ragsdale Liggett out of Raleigh. I am here on behalf of a group of neighbors formed as Neighbors Against Amberley Village. And it's a group that has formed in opposition to and with concerns about this development for various reasons that hopefully have been communicated, but I'm going to outline them tonight. I won't belabor them too much because we'll, in the coming weeks and so forth, have further conversations with you about them. But just to generally outline the main concerns. And again, these comments are going to be spread across both to items 5.7 and 5.8 on your agenda, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment and the rezoning. The Neighbors Against Amberley Village have formed a petition, and about 267 people have signed that petition in opposition to this proposed rezoning. There are over 60, almost 70 comments on that iPetition website that I forwarded previously via email with comments. The vast majority of which, if not all, have been in opposition to the proposed comprehensive plan and the proposed rezoning. Primarily, the concerns are that what I'd also like to do, just because it may not be everybody that can get up here to speak, but I know that people have come here to watch with interest and to express their concerns and opposition to the proposed rezoning and comprehensive plan amendment. If there anybody in the room that have concerns or opposition to the proposed amendment, I would ask that you stand. So you can see there are a good collection of people that came out at 8 o'clock on a Thursday evening to express their opposition, and I think that shows that there is strong interest in this case. There is a strong effort to try to protect the investment that they made in their community. The investment they made in their community, knowing that the property next door was set to become medium-density residential next to medium-density residential, rooftops next to rooftops, sidewalks next to sidewalks, backyards next to backyards, bicycles and such, living in the community with others. And that's what a lot of people relied on. That's what they would like to rely on. That's what they think they should be able to rely on. That's what the town, that its professional staff, its consultants, and its policymakers at the Planning and Zoning Board and the Town Council adopted as the guiding principle and the plan for this area, is that commercial would be located on the eastern side of Green Level Church Road, and on the western side, it would be residential. And so from that standpoint, what you have here, and this is basically just a case of trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. You can talk about all the various and sundry impacts the proposed shopping center would have if it were to go in there. But that begs the question, why is it going in there? And your policy that you've adopted, the town has adopted, pursuant to its land development ordinance, says that the shopping center does not go there. And so, and your ordinance at section 3.2.2b also has substantive standards of review, 11 copies of which I'm passing up, that outline the standards that you're to look at. And if you look at the staff, one of the staff slides about their observations, it outlines what these standards are. And the most pertinent of which is number 2, that the staff has outlined in their staff analysis at page 509 of your agenda packet, that talks about the standard. This is section 3.2.2b of the Land Development Ordinance. The laws that govern this community and your review of this case, particularly the Comprehensive Plan Amendment. The staff's analysis is that only item number 2 it might be relevant to the amendment request. It talks about an unaddressed need that could exist if it seems likely that this area may end up being underserved by grocery-anchored shopping centers. The staff's next statement in their staff report is, however, that matter is still in doubt. And when they outline why it's still in doubt, they point to the shopping center and the Meacham tract and the development across the street that also is for shopping center development, which is less than 0.1 miles away. They point to 2.1 miles north of the subject site. There is a 23-acre tract for a future shopping center in the Stonewater PDD.
Mr. Kuhn, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you. Your time has expired. you can leave additional comments with the clerk.
I will. So what I'll do, I'll wrap up with this. This is a map showing the number of shopping centers located within a 5-mile radius. I would point out that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Thank you, Mr. King.
That are within a 3-mile radius. There is no need. It's trying to put a square peg into a round hole.
Thank you.
And that's not.
Thank you, Mr. King. Next speaker, please.
If I could just hand this to the clerk, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the three of you that responded to our email about this land use plan. Really appreciate it. My name is Ryan. I moved to Cary Park.
Ryan, could you give us your last name?
Yes, Ryan McCormick.
Thank you.
Yes. Moved to Cary Park 3 years ago. Thought it was a beautiful place to raise a family, and it is. It is absolutely amazing, and it is gorgeous, and it is wonderful. It is a paradise on earth. And I share the sentiment with my fellow neighbors and say that having commercial development here is going to wreak havoc on the beauty and other, paradise aspects of this neighborhood. It's going to bring a lot of traffic. Every neighbor that I talked to about this is in opposition to it. There isn't a single person I spoke with that thinks this is a positive idea. And I just want to know if you can please review hear the fellow neighbors out and hear what we have to say and understand that for us, we don't want this neighborhood. We don't want this shopping center here. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Richard Martin. I live in Carolina Preserve, which is a neighborhood adjacent to the one that's going to be most affected by this. We had a meeting this past week that Mrs. Robinson attended. Approximately 175 people attended. Nobody spoke out in favor of this proposal. There is sufficient shopping in our area. We have the Harris Teeter Shopping Center, which is diagonally across from this proposal. There is a Walgreens. There is a Walgreens being built, and it's supposed to be something of a shopping center directly across Green Level Church from where this is. There is a new shopping center going up on 55 where Whole Foods is supposed to be going. There is the Park Side Commons Shopping Center, which currently is less than 50% occupied. The Harris Teeter Shopping Center has 2 empty stores as of this morning. At the Walgreens Shopping Center, which is directly across, the only thing there is the Walgreens. Nothing else is being built because apparently there are no other stores to come there. This would be basically, it would be a horror show for the area in terms of traffic. The Publix would be competing with the Harris Teeter. As much as I happen to like Publix, I don't want it there. I'm willing to drive to High House in Davis. But there's just enough. There's enough shopping. We do not need any more at the current time. Now, that may change. My personal preference would be that there be no change to the zoning, and in fact that you folks would pass something of a moratorium to prevent further building in that area. If you have not come around, you're not going to believe what's going on there. We are being inundated with trucks, all types of construction along O'Kelly Chapel, along Pitted Sears. It's unreal. So please, I would ask you to deny this application, leave the zoning where it is. I don't believe the property would be as valuable and as desirable to a builder, at least at the current time, with its current zoning. Complete your envision, Cary, redo of your property uses, and let it go from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Mayor.
To your left, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Hi there, Mayor and Council.
Thank you for this time. My name is Greg Horvath. I actually live right off of Northlands Drive. I've lived in the Arlington Park subdivision for going on 6 years, soon to be 7. And first started off on Emerald Downs, which is the street directly, I believe, north behind the proposed subdivision, and then now have actually on Northlands Drive. The main concern is I think a lot of the homeowners that you're going to see here tonight, if possible, is going to have voice all of those same concerns about not needing it. Certainly agree with the council for the members of the neighborhood of it is really fitting, trying to fit a circle into a square peg. More importantly, which is not also has been necessarily devised, is the safety factor. Arlington Park, and I don't know if there's that close up again of the situation of where the entrances are coming into the proposed shopping center. But there literally are, from the one site coming in from Suffolk Downs, which is directly coming in from Carpenter Fire Station, there are literally 4 bus stops, Wake County Schools. I think it was heard from the applicant that said there was no impact to the Wake County school system. I cannot vehemently disagree anymore from a safety standpoint. There are children all along. That Arlington Park, I don't know the exact statistics, but I would strongly suggest that probably about 85% of every one of those homes within Arlington Park have children, at least 1, if not 2, under the age of 10, my house included. So even from how I agree with everything else that you're going to probably hear tonight that you've already heard, I think also just more importantly is a safety factor. And we're talking about safety. You're talking about bringing in higher traffic. Unfortunately, again, I have not had the chance. I've been out of town on business. But from a standpoint of the statistics of accidents, not only already within that intersection of Carpenter Fire Station as well as Green Level, let alone the speeding that has already come down, that the Cary Town Police Department has already have tried to limit and have added actual extra signage going down Carpenter Fire Station towards Yates Boulevard. Again, we're increasing a lot of traffic. It's not needed, but again, I think another major concern that is kind of going unnoticed is the safety factor of the ensuing Arlington Park subdivision, as well as the children. And so we're just hoping that council, as well as, it seems that the applicant, after meeting with the neighborhood, has made a bunch of different changes that obviously I think they're trying to, again, make all these different changes that in making my notes this evening, it's like the entire proposal has changed 180 degrees. So obviously there is a major concern. They're trying to, again, fit a round peg into a square hole, and it's just, they're trying to make accommodations. We just strongly urge you that you ask and relook at it, deny this request, but also I'm hoping that the safety of children in the certainly immediate neighborhood are a little bit more important than the revenue that a new commercial space might bring. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Horvath. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Julie Danielson. I live in Amberley, which is right across the street from this subdivision, from this proposal, and I am for the request of the applicant. Where it's zoned at right now is R40. It can fit, without them coming back before you, I believe they can fit 150 townhouses. I'd much prefer to have commercial there than I would townhouses at this point, with everything else going on in our world. Another thing I want to tell you, that the reason most of these people are here is we received 3 letters, very biased letters, very scare-tactful letters from attorneys. And then this last one was from the organized group that's here. But all they have are scare tactics in them. Not once has anyone actually come around and said something for the applicant. They use that we're taking away open spaces. The fear factor of the schools. It's wrong. Whoever did these letters and sent them to people within a mile, that's wrong. It shouldn't happen. And they shouldn't be scared. Everybody that's here that's scared, the scare tactics from an attorney. That's bad.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is David Weinerman. This is a 16-ounce bottle of water. If I try to put 24 ounces in it, it won't work. The same thing is with the shopping center. When you think about it, there are 6 restaurants just in that one shopping area alone that we have. You have a Chinese restaurant, a McDonald's, and a Monty's, Los Tres Magallos, a Subway, and a Dunkin' Donuts. There are 3 banks. You've got Wells Fargo, Capital, and First Citizens. You've got 3 pharmacies in CVS, Walgreens, and Harris Teeter. There's a dentist inside the mall, and a quarter of a mile beyond, there's another dentist. So there's 2 dentists within a quarter of a mile. Now, the logical question is, what do we need more business of that type? Suppose they have that shopping center. Now that we know, will there be a Burger King and a Wendy's? Or maybe both? Will it be 1 bank or 2 banks? Will there be, they indicated dentists. So now that we have 2, would there be 3 or 4? And obviously we know that there's 1 supermarket and now there'll be 2. Is there any need, especially given the fact, as we all know, that 2.5 miles away, there's a big one on 55. So the question is, just like you don't want to put 24 ounces of water in a 16-ounce bottle, do we really need that much more? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello all. My name is Hardik Thakar, and I live in Arlington Park. I am resident since 2006, so I am one of the earliest residents. I love my home, I love my neighborhood, and I'm not here with any bias, as that lady mentioned. I'm talking as a proud homeowner, and a lot of people talked already about 16 ounce, we can't fit 24 and all that. I'm going to reiterate the same thing, but in last 24 hours, 2 things happened, which I'm going to tell you. One thing is, last night at 4 a.m. in the morning, somebody rang my doorbell 15 times. And we were scared. I have 2 young kids. I shouted, "What do you need?" The answer came back, "Please open the door." And it was scary, and I'm like, "What do you need?" It's like, "I'm stranded, I need a phone." I said, "Please go to Harris Teeter nearby." And I looked through the peephole, and it wasn't a pretty scene, because it was a very untrusted person on the other side. I called the cops next day, and the guy probably there was a break-in in the cars last night in the next neighborhood. And the cop said the guy might be one of those. The point here is, when I was talking to cop, and he said, more and more shopping centers, more and more this kind of commercials will bring nothing but more shopliftings, more car break-ins, more crimes. And I do not want that. The other thing is, while coming here on Green Level and Carpenter Fire Station Road, there was accident right at 6 o'clock. Those are the frequent scenes happens too. Lot of accidents happen. There was a big accident a couple of years ago on Cary Glen. So by adding all these commercials, we adding more and more traffic in the neighborhood. We don't need that. These are the 2 incidents which are very dear to me, and I spoke about. More than that, the other things is, there are a bunch of shopping centers within 0.5 miles. There is a big one on 55. The new Whole Foods is coming there. How much people can buy? We don't need all these shops. Yeah, this is a place to raise family. People come here from all over the country to raise family, not to shop. So I urge all of you and humbly request you that you guys keep the rezoning as it is and have more residents come in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Martine Goldman, and I live in Arlington Park as well. And to echo the same, I also have small children. We moved here from New York City, from Brooklyn, and we did not uproot our family to move here like so many other folks did, to live directly adjacent to a commercial development. We want a quality of life for our children, to be able to ride their bikes, to be able to go for family walks, to be able to let the kids go out freely and play and not have to worry about through traffic. Furthermore, obviously, the buses that stop there, the children being able to get on and off freely, especially as they get a little bit older. They may not have their parents accompanying them. They should be able to be safe to do so. There is a Publix already, in my understanding, being built on Green Level, which is 2 to 3 miles away, not in addition to the one already in Cary. So it seems with the Harris Teeter already there, a Publix not far away, another Publix, another Harris Teeter, et cetera, it seems that this isn't really quite the best use for the space. Furthermore, there is the development where the Walgreens is, directly across the street. From my understanding is that things have kind of halted there. People are kind of waiting to see what happens with this development before they commit. So if that place is already empty and it's pretty much similar in size to this one, why would we go ahead and rezone this area without having that one fill up and see if there even is a need? There's just so much being built in our area. We want a quality of life for ourselves and our families to be able to live in a residential area. We don't want to live in a Bradford or North Hills. We want to live in a community that we can feel safe and comfortable and not have to worry about added noise, pollution, traffic, crime. I was actually the home that was also had the doorbell rung this morning at 4 a.m. And a police investigator did come to my home this morning because my husband actually did see the person. He did open the, my husband opened the door. And the police investigator did tell me that he believes that this is the other suspect that got away from the car breaking in Longchamp in Washington Park, and that they're seeing more and more crime come to our area. This is not what we want for our families. We want to have a peaceful, quiet, safe neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, you all. I know I've been here before a couple times. I'm going to take a little bit different tack.
Could you give us your name, please?
Oh, Stan Levine.
Thank you.
I'm from Carolina Preserve. We're about a half a mile, 3/4 mile away from the property. We did sponsor some discussion before with Ms. Robinson just this past week. I'm going to take a little different tact. Some applicable facts. There are within 2 miles of this property approximately 6,800 homes, approximately 11,500 people approximately. Within 3 miles, there are 2 million square feet of commercial stores, restaurants, 2 big shopping centers, a lot of small shopping centers and buildings that exist or are planned in the near term. One might note that there are 6 urgent care facilities not near the place. They're all 12 to 15 minutes away, assuming you get green lights and nobody's in your way going there. So one of the area needs, because we have somewhere around, I would estimate somewhere around 3,000 to 4,000 seniors, and probably more than that in children, one of the needs is in the area of medical. What I'm leading up to is we have a problem, and the problem is the Northwest Area Plan. That is an underlying problem. I've been here 5 years, and every year, multiple times, we've seen people come in with adjustments to what's in the plan. We've been changing a little here, a little there, a little more commercial here, a little bit more residential here than is in the plan, and it's piecemealed. What I feel is what we really need to do is take a short time, step back, take a look at that plan, take a look at what's happened in the area, and see what kind of adjustments do we need to do. We have a new school, elementary school, that wasn't in the plan being built in the area. All kinds of different things that have happened that weren't in the plan. This is just another one of many different things that are happening. So what I would urge you all to think about and maybe make a decision on, other than this, is take a look and have somebody put together a team, look at that Northwest area plan and see what adjustments have to be made so that as we get into these, we do it in a planned manner with going out 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, however else you want, rather than this little piecemeal adjustments that we were making to the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Matthew Danielson, and does this area really need more retail? Yes. And this is being passed out, and hopefully this will shed some facts on the area. The first page this information is from the Wake County Public website. Mostly it's the Northwest plan. It's O'Kelly Chapel Road heading to 540 down to Green Level heading west back to Wake County. So I took that little section there. And it is approximately 5,286 acres, of which currently 0.006 acres is retail. That's 31.99 acres into 5,000 acres. If you flip to the next page, this is from the Town of Cary Planning Interactive Map from the Planning Department. And this shows, again, between Wake County and 540, the different developments being proposed. Number one is the Wake County School. That actually removed 23 acres of retail that was planned for this area. So 23 acres of retail is now gone. You'll see number 2 in black and number 8 in black. Those are retail, totaling 18 acres. The orange that you see is zoned commercial, but it's services like medicine or veterinarian. If you include that 18 acres to the existing retail of RKM property, which is where the Walgreens is, and the Harris Teeter shopping, that equals 72.13 acres of proposed retail essentially in this northwest section. That equates to 1.36% of this entire area is retail. That is vastly underserved for this area. The Luter property currently is zoned, I believe, medium density. Medium density would be 8 acres. It would not be unreasonable to make this also high density. So we're looking between 166 to 220 townhome or apartment uses, because this is not single family. I would suggest that, given that there are currently 1,728 residential units in the pipeline, that this area does not need more townhomes or apartments. And in fact, is this now a bad time to mention Mills Park Elementary, Middle, and Panther Creek High School are capped? So more residential in this area is not needed. And finally, my last page, because there was some discussion regarding open space and the need for open space in this area. Directly across the street from the Luter property is a town of Cary Park, 21 acres. There is a walkway underneath the road. Heading south from this property, about a half a mile, is a 103-acre Mills Park, which I believe you guys will be discussing this evening. Go down 2 miles, you have Thomas Brooks Park, and also, of course, this area is already connected to existing and future greenway plans. So there's plenty of open space in this area. As Mr. Levine mentioned, there are, I believe you said, 11,500 people in a 2-mile radius currently being served by 0.006% retail. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor and Council. My name is Vasant Kalale. I'm one of the residents of the Arlington community, where this commercial development is going to be right into our backyard, sort of. And also this road that is proposed to give entrance to that shopping complex, I think is going to make it very dangerous for the children. Right now, all our children are in that area. They're having fun. They're riding bikes. They will not be able to do this because obviously cars will start going across, and it's a safety concern. One of the things that a lot of people have been talking about, and I'm very interested to talk, is if we make this a commercial complex, I think we'll lose the ability to increase the size of the roads. Chances are, there will be no opportunity for us to widen the roads. We had an accident at 6 o'clock before I came here, so there is a lot of congestion already in that place. Every now and then we see cops standing there because there's a car or there's a ding, there is an accident. Kite Realty has put in such a huge complex, commercial complex, which has Target, 24 hours, Harris Theater, many more businesses out there. I don't necessarily see how much of the complex that is there, the shopping complex, gets utilized by all of us even today. And I don't see a reason why there should be such a big Publix out there when Harris Theater services all our needs right now. Hotels are there, banks are there, dental offices are there, and also the more commercial properties we put out here, Kids is right across this shopping complex, so it's going to attract a lot more traffic and it's going to make it more dangerous for those kids. Panther Creek Road is not all that very much used, but with this commercial space, that road will also start attracting a lot of traffic. Somebody brought up something about the Wake County system. I think it was a nice try. I think let Wake County do whatever they have to accommodate the children. If at all there is a residential buildings that come out there, I think they will deal with it. With this opening of the road which connects to the shopping complex, a lot of school buses actually come into our community from different schools which are picking our kids. I think the congestion within the residential community also will become too much. I have never had a break-in. Same thing, it was interesting to know, 3:55 it started raining, it was pouring so badly. I woke up at around 7 o'clock. I thought something was wrong. I actually went out. My car was broken in today for the first time. So these commercial properties are going to attract a lot more people, and they're going to take advantage of situations like this, and it becomes very tough to control things. I moved from San Jose for one reason, that I was going to live in a nice place like this, but if this is going to become very much like San Jose, there's no point in moving to Cary. I request the council, not only just this, there is so much of greenery going away from Cary. I don't think people who moved for a good reason are going to feel good about it. I think we can take a relook at this rezoning, if at all there is a need. After 10 years, maybe 15 years, I mean, nobody's stopping us to look at this. But at this point, I don't think there is any need for this commercial facility. I think that's all I had to say. We really request you not to take this application. Our kids are really happy, and I'm sure many more people who will move into that neighborhood want to bring up children and make their kids ride bikes and not play video games. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and the Council. My name is Parthu Janardhanan. I live off of Brook Hill Way. That's very adjacent to the property that is in question. I moved to Cary back in 2002. I'm an immigrant. I'm an immigrant from India, but I'm a citizen of the United States now. When I moved to Cary, Cary was voted the best place to live in America. And I think there are reasons why, and you know why. It is very family-friendly, very nice place to raise kids. And that was one of the reasons that made us buy a house, settle down in Cary. We live in Arlington Park. When we bought, my wife and myself, we just got married back in 2004. We bought this house in 2005 and moved in 2006. And we have two little kids who go to elementary school in Wake County. They go to Aston Ridge Elementary School. There are a few things that I wanted to point out. First being the safety of the kids. What's happening lately, my kids take public transportation back home from school. Lately, they get dropped off right at the intersection of Carpenter Fire Station Road and Suffolk Downs, which is the entrance into Arlington Park. A couple of times when I've been there waiting for my kids to get down the bus, even when you have the stop sign, stop lights blinking with the arms extended, I have seen cars just not stopping, passing. Luckily, the kids get on the other side, and we are there to monitor them. Without this new development, with all the development that's been happening over the last, 5 to 7 years, the traffic has increased manyfold. This was not the case when we initially moved in. It used to be a very peaceful place, where you could go for a stroll with family, with kids. Kids can ride bikes, and you would have a great time. Now we are scared to come on this side of the road because kids are kids. I mean, they wouldn't listen. They would just run. They wouldn't see what's going on. You don't want them to be in an accident. You don't want kids to get hurt. You don't want to get families to suffer just because you're going to have some commercial development coming in there. And, maybe it's going to add, from a financial perspective, add something to the town. But looking at it from a family value, raising families, I don't think it's a great proposition for families in there. Another thing that I wanted to say is a couple days back, I don't know if any of you know this, on Sunday, not a couple days back, 4 days back, Sunday, I was taking my kids to the shopping center where Harris Theater is to get a haircut. We took the kids, not we, just myself, I took my kids for haircut to Great Clips. Right outside, I was waiting on Suffolk Downs to make a left onto Carpenter Fire Station. A cop was there with his vehicle, lights on, and he was not letting anybody go inside the Blackstone community, which is right across Arlington Park. So I happened to talk to him, ask him what's going on, and he said, there's somebody who's out in the loose with a shotgun. And he's walking around the neighborhood with a shotgun. And I'm sure everybody has family, everybody knows what kind of a scary situation that is. That wouldn't have happened, in my mind, 6 years ago when these commercial establishments came in there, in that area, especially at that Green Level Church Road to Carpenter Fire Station intersection. Things have gotten worse from a traffic perspective, safety perspective, and people with kids especially are very worried to even get out and go for a stroll on the outside of the community. And especially if we open up Northlands Drive to inside of this shopping complex, that's going to add more accessibility into the community. That might mean, you might expect somebody who's sick, mentally sick, carrying a gun, or driving fast to come in, and it's not a very pretty situation to be in. Kindly request you to consider these facts, because these homes and the homeowners who live there moved in there thinking that they can have a very peaceful life, and I think that fundamental thing is being questioned here. Right, by this application. I strongly urge you to deny this application in favor of family values and safety for the kids and the homeowners in there. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Brian Dial, and I live in Arlington Park. I'd like to first just say thank you for representing the citizens of Cary and all the hard work that you do. I know it's late. You probably would like to be with your family, but I just want to say thank you. One of the largest issues that the citizens and the neighbors have with the development is the connectivity requirement. And so I would like to ask, if you do approve it despite the opposition, that you would amend the connectivity requirement. Northlands Drive was not created to be adjoined to a commercial property. Jockey Club Circle was not created, engineered to be connected to a commercial property. The streets currently allow for parallel parking. It's already difficult to drive. Many times you can't have two cars going opposite ways because of the parallel parking. And those streets cannot support the thoroughfare traffic that would be caused by the commercial development. So if you do decide to approve it, despite the opposition, I would ask that you would amend the connectivity requirement.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thanks for listening to us. I'm a resident on the Northlands Drive.
Name, please?
Chidambaram Arunachalam. I'm actually not here to speak for myself. We have two kids, 7 and 5. First one goes to Green Oak. He's a very nice guy. He loves outdoors. He actually wanted to come today. He said, can you take me to the government leaders so that he can tell them? I wasn't sure if I can bring kids or anything, so I'm here on behalf of him. So all I wanted to tell him was, tell you is what he told. He said, when he heard about, we live on that Northlands Drive, the place where the connectivity comes in. And that's exactly where he rides every single day after his school, during the weekends, etc. He said, am I going to lose that? It's already, we're already outside taking care of them, but what if all the traffic comes in through? What am I going to do? Can you take me to the government leaders so that I can say, don't allow that connectivity to happen? So I just wanted to convey that information here, along with all the other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for this public hearing?
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council members. My name is Tom Horaeus. I'm with the Sembler Company, representing the Luter application that's before you tonight. And I just want to thank you for all your time and consideration on this application. We've worked really hard. We've striven to meet with residents, and we've really reached out extraordinarily so, and we continue to do so. It's obviously a challenge with regards to a lot of the issues that have been presented tonight, in addition to other issues that residents who aren't here tonight that brought up also. As Glenda has alluded to, we've made significant changes to the plan, not just to address buffering issues, but to reduce a lot of the density that creates a lot of the unnecessary traffic. And the main consistent theme that we've heard from the residents, as you've heard tonight, is, of course, the connectivity. By having it connected physically to the adjacent Arlington Park community, it obviously increases, several negative issues. There's no question about that. There are positive issues also. There's been some residents that have requested that connectivity exist and because they love to walk to get their groceries, walk to sit to and enjoy a cafe in the evening, et cetera, for their dinner. So, and I'm sure those are issues that you have to balance on both sides. We do not need the interconnect for the shopping center, the mixed-use shopping center with the Main Street component to succeed long-term. The Sembler Company company owns, operates, and manages several million square feet of shopping centers in the southeast United States. So we're used to dealing with these daily issues with regards to lighting control, security issues, maintenance issues, et cetera. We pride ourselves on being a first-class operator of shopping centers, and we look at the long view in ownership and maintenance and releasing second, third, fourth, fifth generation of tenants. We pride ourselves on that at the Sembler Company. There's a lot of talk with regards to having too much retail, and you could see from the statistics that staff has brought up that obviously there's a need for additional commercial retail and also choices in retail commercial. You know, this is America. I love it. I'm a citizen, born here, raised here. It's wonderful to have choices in your communities, and I think that bodes well to being American. So I respect all the time and patience. Again, this is a process. The Sembler Company, as we committed at the Town Hall resident meeting in September, in addition to our initiated resident meeting in October and the second one that we conducted just recently a couple weeks ago. This is a process. We're here to listen. We're a very interactive developer. We believe in, you know, positive change that makes sense for the long term. We're proud to own and manage a portfolio that's in the high 90% of occupancy, especially through the Great Recession that we just went through. So we feel as though we know how to handle this. We're big boys, and we like to solve problems, and we just would love to be a neighbor here in your fine community. We've fallen in love with it for the same reasons that many of the residents have spoke about tonight. So we just love the fair chance to be given a fair shake through the process. And again, we're open and willing to continue meeting with residents. Again, we like to reach out and get as many as we can attend, but that's been difficult, I know, due to some travel schedules, et cetera, but we remain committed to this being a successful process for both the town and the residents. Thank you. Any specific questions we're here to answer that you might have or staff has? We have all our technical experts here also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Anyone else?
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Enjoy it, and please be safe. Thank you.
Next speaker. Anyone else for this public hearing? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I'm going to open it up to council members for questions and comments. Before they go, I have the microphone, so I'm going to go first because I have that right. I want to address some of the issues I've heard. It's important to understand that the decisions we make at this table are decisions, abilities given to us by the legislature. And decisions such as moratorium, we do not have authority to do that. We cannot stop growth. We cannot stop building. And that's not a good idea. So we cannot do that. Another thing that I heard twice was we make decisions based on revenue. I've been on council 12 years. This guy's been on council a couple of centuries. And there's been a lot of council members been up here a long time. I've never, ever, ever heard a council member make a decision or talk about a decision based on the revenue we're going to get. So rest assured, we're not going to make our decision based on revenue. Break-ins, crime, that disturbs me. That's upsetting. If you're a victim of a crime, that's very upsetting. Remember that solving crime, preventing crime is a partnership. The town cannot stop crime. We can help you prevent crime. We can help solve crime. Please work with the district captain in your neighborhood. And if you don't know who that is, send me an email and we'll make sure they come out and introduce themselves. They can hold events there. They will make you aware of everything that's going on around you. And we want to make you be as safe as possible. I'm very sorry to hear about the break-ins to the cars and very sorry to hear about the scary situation with someone knocking on the door at 3 a.m. We want that to stop, and we will help you, but it's a partnership. there was a comment made about the needs for urgent care, and even in my side of town, there are certain needs, and then there's certain things we have way too many of, like drugstores on every corner, but we don't have other things. That gets back to the legislative thing I talk about. We don't have authority to dictate the exact use. We have the authority to decide on the type of use, and that's what this rezoning is all about. Someone also mentioned that we ought to take a step back and adjust our Northwest plan. We're doing exactly that, and we've been working on it for about, a year and a half, 2 years? And it's called Imagine Cary. It has 4 phases. We're finishing up phase 3, so we're getting very close to doing that. We had a work session on it this week. It was on Tuesday. So stay tuned for that, and there'll be opportunities for involvement in March, April time frame. We want your input on what the citizens have come up with. There was a lot of citizen input on this, and it's the citizens' plan, not our plan, but we want your input on when we get to that point. Let's see. Thoroughfare right-of-way being taken up, the potential of thoroughfare right-of-way being taken up. When applications are made, staff has to review them, and staff is very aware of the ultimate right-of-way, and they will make sure that doesn't happen, that somebody takes over that right-of-way so that that road cannot be widened. The current zoning, let me explain what we have here. We have a land use plan. That's the plan, how it's supposed to ultimately built out, and based on the comments I heard, everybody's grasped that and they understand that, and that's good because it took me a while to understand it. Then there's the R40 zoning. That's the type of use. When you first come into the town, you're given a zoning. I think staff mentioned that earlier. And the zoning you're given by default is R40 or 1 acre lots. That doesn't mean they're going to develop to 1 acre lots. That's just a holding zoning. And that's where this property is right now, at the holding zoning. So whoever develops this property will have to develop it at that zoning, and that's why the land use plan is very important, because the land use plan says medium to high density with a limit of 10. That's what the zoning should match if somebody's going to develop, unless they want to change it, and that's where we are tonight with the application. All right, I'm almost done. Connectivity, I heard that twice as well. Council has really struggled with this. As a matter of fact, on our agenda tonight is to change the connectivity ordinance. But if that doesn't happen, let me tell you what we have currently. Currently, it's not a rezoning thing. You have to go through a quasi-judicial process. It's like a court hearing, and it's very formal, a lot of lawyers, a lot of legal speak, and to get that connectivity waived. Other than that, we can't do it. And so as much as the residents want it, the developer wants it, the council wants it, we can't do it unless it's a quasi-judicial hearing. So that's why the connectivity is so complicated. All right. My last point, and then I'm going to give it to my council members. We've heard a lot of additional conditions offered tonight. It's my understanding that that was offered after the original proposal, so that will generate another public hearing at the P&Z meeting, which will be in a month or two. I'm not sure when that is.
The P&Z meeting actually would probably not be until around March at the earliest, because the plan amendment will have to move forward and be acted on before the rezoning. But it will be a public hearing with those changes that were offered.
Very good, because I heard citizens tonight speaking about things have changed. I came here to speak about this, and they changed, and we understand that, and that's why the process has the extra public hearing in case that happens. So you'll have another opportunity to speak to the Planning and Zoning Board, which, by the way, is citizens, advisory citizens that are just like you and me, and they are just going to give their input, their recommendation on what they think about it. And the council will take all of that input, staff input, the residents' input, and then we make a decision. And that sounds like it's about 5 to 6 months away. So we're a long ways away from that decision. And council, I want to thank you for allowing me to go through all of my items. And now I'll turn it over to council members. Ms. Robinson?
You did a great job going over a lot of the items. I think that's wonderful. I mean, I think the one thing that we want our citizens to know is that when we go through a rezoning, we're looking for a compelling reason to change the zoning, or first the comprehensive plan amendment, to another use or to another zoning category. So that's what we're looking for. We've heard from a lot of citizens, and we've received a lot of emails both for and against this project. And so we want to assure the citizens that we're going to go and take into consideration the big picture. We're going to look at where shopping is being offered and what opportunities there are for commercial, and the concerns that everybody has raised here today. And we'll do our level best to make a good decision.
Other comments or questions? Mr. Urha?
That was a slow raising of the hand.
Well,
We weren't really sure.
Everybody, by the time you got to this end, I thought everybody else would be speaking. No, I came here tonight to listen, and I thank you all for giving me a lot to listen to. I mean, a lot of you came from the same perspective, but you all said it in a little different way, and I thought that was great. So I really appreciate the citizens who came. I had a number of rezoning-related questions, but since we have a new preliminary development plan, there will be some new zoning conditions added. I think I'll probably save those questions until another time. But I guess the one thing I can say is that if we do go through with this and we wind up approving this or something similar to this here on this land, I think we do have to be very careful with transitions between the commercial and the residential. Extremely careful. I know the applicant is going a little overboard already here, but I think we really need to be concerned about that. And you know how I feel about connectivity. If it's going to take, we have the ordinance coming up later on the agenda to talk about, but if it's still going to require a quasi-judicial hearing, I hope the applicant goes through with that quasi-judicial hearing, because I do not want connectivity between these two uses, personally. So I hope we do what we can do to work on that. Maybe that'll shake out later tonight in the discussion. I don't know.
Okay. Other comments? Mr. France.
I would also thank everybody that came here tonight to speak, both those who are opposed to the request and those who are in favor of the request. And while not that many showed up in favor tonight, we've gotten quite a bit of emails. Folks might not like to come out in public and speak and contradict their neighbors and, pit neighbors against neighbors. So to those who have quietly contacted us both for and against via email, I also appreciate that. At the 30,000-foot level, I actually prefer commercial here over residential. I applaud the applicant for making a lot of efforts to appease or address the residents' concerns. And I would share Mr. Urha's concern on connectivity. When I look at all the potential issues here, that is the one, to me, that rises to the top. I don't think it makes sense to connect this development to a residential development that wasn't designed to be connected to a commercial development. So I get that. A lot of the stuff that was brought up tonight, quite frankly, is fear. And I'm not going to, nor can I, make a decision based on fear. I'm going to look at the facts. And I think most of the facts are we have had a tremendous amount of residential growth in this area for quite some time. And I do think we are lagging in some regards in some commercial. So ultimately to me is, would I like to see a public shopping center and some restaurants, maybe even a gas station or whatever, or another apartment complex? To me, that's kind of the overriding decision for me. So I appreciate hearing some of the concerns and the feedback. I know the applicant has heard those concerns and feedback as well. They're working on trying to address them as best they can, and I know they will continue to try to address those as best they can. I don't know that I don't necessarily see this as a traffic generator, as I believe most of the residential around the area will be the ones using it. I actually, in some ways, this might take cars off the road 5, 10, 20 miles down the road, because they don't have to go that far anymore to get to where they want to go. It's right next door. So that's kind of where I'm at on it. I would encourage the residents and the applicant to continue to work together and try to make it an even better plan. And if we can do something in regards to the connectivity, I'd like to see that.
Other comments?
Yeah, I don't want to repeat anything that anyone else has said here, but I would like to ask residents, because I think they brought some absolutely valid concern and some concerns that might be based in fear. And anyone who's lived, as we all have, lived in Cary, growth isn't stopping. And as I live in Preston Village, there was something very similar came to us when the Stone Creek Shopping Center came, and which is right next to Caramore. So I guess my suggestion for residents as you work through the process is look around Cary at what you like and look around Cary at what you don't like, right? And we do have some examples, despite staff's, some of the recent examples that were given here. Caramore, right next to Stone Creek, is a perfect example of low-density residential right next to commercial with a sliver of MDR in between it that was offered as an amendment to the rezoning that actually is quite heavily used by all of the neighborhoods. So find something you like, and remember that right now the current zoning for this is medium to high density residential. So find out, do you want an apartment complex right behind your medium density residential, or do you want something else? Because now is the time really for you to speak up and make it something that you could be proud of, and something more importantly that you will visit, right? And if you can't imagine what that looks like, absolutely continue to voice that opinion. This is your chance to make it an amenity and a gem for you, and so please take advantage of that chance.
Anyone else? I guess that's you, Jack.
Yeah,
You're the only one left.
I guess. The leave the old guy for last, you know. I did find it interesting that all the people that spoke from the heart and had passion and brought up their topics so succinctly did it all within the green light, and only one person that was paid took well over the time limit, and even when asked to shut up, didn't. So I just found that intriguing. So I just make that as a comment and observation. So thank you, all of you that have made your point and made it clear and made it in a succinct manner. If you've been around, you know that I speak, like with Ed and Don, about connectivity. It's not my favorite thing. I feel like if there's something that in many ways can destroy a community is connectivity, or inappropriate connectivity. But I'm just thinking out loud, so don't shoot me with emails the next day. But when I look at this and I look at the type of connectivity here, it reminds me of Waverly Place behind Lockmere. You don't have to cross any major intersections. You don't have to cross any major highways. You have lovely little restaurants. You have places to go. You have a small movie theater. You've got Whole Foods. You've got things where you can safely go. And you may end up with a better product, particularly with the magnitude of the buffering and so forth. So again, I'm just thinking out loud and playing devil's advocate about, as Lori said, what you could have and how it could work to your advantage. If you want to look at something where you're trying to put the density of apartments, feel free to drive by Tryon and Cary Parkway and take a look there. And I think you'll find you'll get real excited over this commercial development. It was great to hear. Here's what's neat. You got like 4 or 5 months. I don't think anybody's set in their ways here. We really want to do, like you said, Jennifer, we want to do what's best and what's right. But I'm just telling you that when I look at our experience with Waverly and even the Village Square on the front end of Lockmere, where you don't have to cross their major roads, what a great convenience. And you just might want to think about that. That's all. And, you know, everything else has been said, and I'm not going to repeat it.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And the only other thing I would add before I ask Ms. Bierman something is please work with the applicant, whether you want what they're proposing or not. Just work with them and let them know your concerns and keep working with them. And in the end, if it goes that way, you'll have your input, and if it doesn't, you'll have made your voices heard. But please be involved in the process. And if you have any questions, please make sure to contact Ms. Bierman. I think it's your contact point for the planning and zoning. And planning and zoning, rezoning, and I forgot, Mr. Ramage is the CPA. And then my question now, I know you said 3 to 4 months for the rezoning. What's the schedule for the CPA? It goes to Planning and Zoning Board. They're going to review it, make a recommendation, and wait for the rezoning, or is it going to come back and we vote on that first?
The CPA would go to the Planning and Zoning Board probably, or the earliest would be in January,
Okay.
and then back to your board or the council for the decision. The rezoning would not move forward to the Planning and Zoning Board until after your decision on the plan amendment.
Okay, so to translate that to everybody who didn't understand what she said, so the plan, they're going to review that and decide on the plan whether the plan's going to change at all, because it doesn't make any sense to decide on the type if it's not going to match the plan. So if the plan, the plan is going to the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation in January, and they'll make a recommendation whether or not to change the plan. If that plan does change, then the rezoning will start going, and that will go to the Planning and Zoning Board. At that time, if the rezoning goes, the CPA, the plan, will call for a mix of uses, which is what's being proposed, before the rezoning can move. If the plan fails, the rezoning's more than likely done.
If the plan fails, the applicant would have the option to submit the rezoning, but
It'd be a non-conforming use.
it would, they would have the option to make the request. I think the likelihood of success would be low, so they may consider whether they wish to do that, but they would have the option to request it, even if the land use plan amendment isn't changed.
So you see us asking questions, and between all of us, we've been doing this for about 70 years. So I know it's complicated for you. If you have questions, please send them in, call us, whatever. We'll help you understand what's going on. And Ms. Bierman and Mr. Ramage especially will help you know what's going on when it's going on. So thanks to everyone for being here, and thanks to staff and the applicant and the residents for speaking. And now the council is going to take a very short break. We'll reconvene our council meeting at this time, and we'll move into the discussion items for the evening. Our first discussion item is the proposed sale right-of-way along property at 203 and 205 East Chatham Street, Ms. Cove. Of our staff will present this item and explain action needed from the council. Ms. Cove.
Good evening, and thank you, Council. As the Mayor indicated, the item for your consideration is the proposed sale of a portion of the right-of-way along 2 parcels on East Chatham Street. The town acquired right-of-way along this property at 203 and 205 East Chatham Street in 2009 for a capital project, the Downtown Cary Streetscape Project. That particular project is not moving forward as originally envisioned. The town has received an offer from Northwoods Associates Limited Partnership, who's the property owner at 203 and 205 East Chatham Street, to purchase a small portion of the right-of-way. Northwoods desires to purchase 392 square feet at a cost of $20 per square foot, which matches the square footage amount that the town paid for the right-of-way in 2009. There were other property acquisition costs associated with that original project. And the process that would be used is outlined in detail in your staff report. And the staff recommends that council declare the 392 square feet of the right-of-way as surplus. Also recommend that you adopt the resolution authorizing the sale using the upset bid procedures, and authorize the interim town manager to execute the necessary instruments upon completion of the process. I will apologize for my fat fingers. Northwoods offer is actually $7,860, not the $7,869.
Oh, $9?
Sorry, I know. I apologize.
Changes everything.
Yeah. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cove. Council members, questions, comments, motion?
I'd just like to thank staff. Sometimes we forget how much they go through to put something that seems very small together. And I had a couple of questions. I want to thank Mr. Bailey and Ms. Cove for responding so quickly, because I've never seen something like this before. So I'd like to thank them publicly, because they do such a great job, and they're often, it might seem like a small item, but it was very helpful to us on council and I'm sure to the citizens. So thank you. Oh, and I'll make a motion that we move forward with staff's recommendation.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Cove.
Thank you.
We now move to our second discussion item. Item 6.2 is a concept plan for Mills Community Park Phase 2 and Panther Creek Greenway. Ms. Alexander will present this item and explain the action needed from council. Ms. Alexander.
Good evening, council. Tonight for your consideration, there are 3 items that staff seeks your direction on. The first is the acceptance of the Mills Park Concept Plan Report. The second is the approval of the Mills Park Future Planning Concept and the Phase 2 Concept Plan to include a playground, walking trails, restroom, a picnic shelter, parking, and an open field. And the third is the approval of the relocation of the disc golf course from the Mills Park to the future P5, which is the Weldon Ridge Park located off of New Hope Church Road. Since the 2012 community bond referendum, the town has been working on the Mills Park Phase 2 concept plan in conjunction with the Panther Creek Greenway due to the proximity of both projects that are on the same site. The Mills Park concept planning process included a reassessment of the program elements defined in the 2012 PRCR master plan. For the concept plan, staff collected feedback from the community during public input sessions, as well as conducted town staff meetings to confirm the current needs of the town. This concept plan will also addresses the future facilities such as the community center to ensure that the Phase 2 does not negatively impact the planned program elements as currently envisioned. The slide, based on the preliminary cost estimates and available funding of the second phase of Mills Park, is proposed to include a playground, parking for the park and Greenway trailhead, restroom and picnic shelter, grading and seating for the future ball field / multi-purpose field, and the parking associated with it, the Greenway connections, and the infrastructure required to support all of these facilities, including utilities, lighting, and stormwater treatment. Lastly, please note that 2 activities from the master plan are not included in the concept plan, which are the lighted ball field and the disc golf. Based on our current budget, the lighted ball field will need to be developed in the future phase. As for a disc golf program, after our planning process, staff found that the P5 Weldon Ridge Park site is a better fit and has the infrastructure to support disc golf. So staff recommends the following. Council accept the Mills Park concept plan report. Council approve the Mills Park future planning concept and the Phase 2 concept plan to include the playground, walking trails, restroom, picnic shelter, parking, and an open field. And 3, council approve the relocation of the disc golf course from Mills Park to the future P5 located off of New Hope Church Road. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Questions, comments, or motion from council?
Make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion?
I think it's a great idea that in the staff report you involve the teams in this concept. I think that's I don't know if that's a first, but it's not something that's normally done, I guess, in park planning. And I think that's a wonderful thing that you did that this time around.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Alexander.
Thank you, council.
We now move to our third item. 6.3 is a transportation development fee credit extension request from Regency Park. Mr. Jensen will present this item and explain the action needed.
Good evening, Council. Staff has received a transportation development fee credit extension request from Regency Park. As you know, Regency Park is a very large planned development district with a large build-out or a long build-out horizon time frame. There are still several parcels yet to be developed within Regency Park, and the developer would like to use the credits available to them before they expire and for those types of projects that may come along. So Council first granted the certificate of offset to use TDF credits back in 1991. Since that time, there have been 2 extensions for using those credits, one in 1999 and another in 2010. And there still is a current balance in those offset credits in the amount of a little over $241,000. So the request is from Regency Park for the extension of the use of certificate of offsets 120 for Regency Park. The recommendation by staff is if council believes an extension is warranted, staff recommends a final 5-year extension so that we don't go beyond that additional time frame of 5 years. And that's all I have. If you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer.
Mr. Jensen, you said final 5 years extension. Could you expand on that a little bit?
I think that staff believes that the credit extensions now are going on almost 25 years, and then with this final 5 years would be 30. That at some point in time it makes it very difficult to not only track these but to see any end in sight. So we would consider this to be a final extension if you so choose.
Thank you. So that's the point I think that needed to be made. Questions, comments, or motion?
Well, the fact that it's a final, and I think 30 years, I think, says it all. At the same time, there's been a lot of good work out there, and this helps, let's say, fill in the blanks and do the rest. I think we should. So I'll make that motion that we approve this.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. Discussion?
Do we have anybody else where we have extended the credits for 25 to 30 years?
I'm not sure it's been that long, but I know Weston has probably some extensions on that long as well. So some of the very, very ultra long ones that were started back in the late 80s, early 90s, or that haven't quite been built out. They've been extended credits for that period of time.
For 20, 25?
Probably not more than 25 years, no. But I know there was an extension with Weston when Regency came back in 5 years ago to ask for extension. They also were granted one as well.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-1.
Mayor?
Yes.
there were some additional slides that were hidden for the Mills Park Master Plan. I know it's late. I don't know if anyone would want to see the additional slides, or if we can move on. That's
the staff report.
It's okay.
Are they different from the staff report?
They're illustrative.
Yes.
Yeah, they're illustrative. They're not, the
Thank you, Mr.
pictures weren't
Jensen.
in the.
We're moving backwards now. We'll bring back Ms. Cove.
This will just take 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting.
Let's just,
Ms. Cove.
Miss Alexander, sorry.
No, that's okay.
So you're going to pull these slides up?
Yes. So back in August, before the schools were letting these kids back in, and we conducted basically a teen council meeting on Mills Park. And we wanted mainly to gather their feedback because every park in Cary is unique. And staff recognized that we are lacking in the 10 to 12 age range for playgrounds for kids. And we indicated that we wanted to try to make this park geared towards that age group as well as younger kids. But also we wanted their feedback in terms of what was fun. So we asked the Teen Council to provide us with 10 to 15 willing volunteers between the ages of 10 to 12 to come on this day to do this, and we had about 10 show up. And let's see, number 7. So we showed them some precedent slides, some slides of things that could possibly add a little more excitement for that age group, and they were able to tag things that interested them the most and what they found most exciting. The ones they were allowed to tag as many blues as they wanted to, and the little blue tags are their first choice picks. And I said, let's pick one red, which is your second choice, and yellow, which is only one for your third choice, and that's it. And it gave us a lot of feedback in terms of what they were looking for. They liked a lot of rope climbing equipment. They liked a sense of danger, but still had a safety net. And they also liked a sense of getting to someplace and having an easy out somewhere else. So you're not having to climb on top of a rock and then having to climb back down. You can just jump on a slide and you're there. So it was very insightful, and staff looked at, what we could do in this park to create that sense of excitement. So we had Stewart Engineering, who is our design consultant on this project, look at making a lot of hills in this throughout the park, so the park isn't very flat. So it offers a lot of opportunity for climbing, a lot of roping activity that gives them that sense of danger and a destination, and then a place where they could just leave with the long slides. It's kind of similar to North Cary Park, but longer. We also looked at the restroom building, which this is going to be our second restroom building on that site. Our first one's closer over to the multi-purpose fields at the middle school, so this one would specifically be at the park site. Some of the precedents that we gave our consultants were, we wanted to be complementary to what is around the site there, which is the middle school, but we don't necessarily want it to be the middle school. So another idea was, well, why don't we use some of the similar materials that we used on Fire Station 8, and this is what they came up with.
Nice.
And this is all I have for the slides.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander.
Thank you.
If council members have additional questions, or you have the opportunity to bring back the motion and redo it again, I think that's like 2/3, 3/4 vote. To reconsider. And then we vote on it again. We can go through that if somebody feels compelled.
No, I just thought it was really worthwhile to show. And I just want to say really fast, my daughter Meredith, and I don't talk about this kind of stuff very often with my family, but my daughter Meredith is going into that age group. She's 9.5. And she had said to me in the late spring, the problem with our playgrounds is we don't have a lot of opportunities. Like, they're not that interesting to kids who are 9, 10, 11, 12. And her brother concurred. So I brought that up with Doug, and that was the beginning of this. So I just bring it up because it was a child's idea to do something different than what we've done with these different playgrounds. And I speak to children's groups every so often, and I think it's important for kids to know that they can bring ideas forward, and they don't have to have a mother for a councilwoman. They can have, they can just send us a letter. But
well, thank Meredith for it.
I will do that. I'm going to have her watch this tape now.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander.
Thank you, Council.
Let me see if I can figure out we did item 3. We're moving to item 4. Item 6.4, consideration of lease of the cafe and concession space at 122 East Chatham. Mr. Boyd will present the item and explain the action needed from council. Mr. Boyd.
Good evening, Council. As highlighted in your staff report, the resolution to the lease for the cafe and concession space at 122 East Chatham Street was approved by Council at the September 24th Council meeting. During that time, I did share that the North Carolina General Assembly had approved House Bill 44 that, once signed into law, would require a change of a 30 days notification for a lease, which it was 10 days prior to that. On September 25th, we found out that it had been signed into law prior to council action. So we have renoticed the lease to meet the legal obligation of the 30 days and are bringing that back to you for decision this evening. The lease terms have not changed. All remains the same within that. And staff recommends council adopt the resolution approving the lease of the cafe and concession space and authorizing the interim manager to sign a lease substantially like that attached to the resolution.
Okay. Questions, comments, or a motion?
So after the legislature did all this work to change the law for some weird reason, nothing changes.
Goes from 10
More
days
work.
to 30
Well,
days.
yeah, but at
We
the end of the
just
day,
needed-
at the end of the day, nothing changed.
Nothing changed within this. We just needed
So
to meet the
other than
legal obligation.
dragging out time and costs and everything, they didn't really do anything.
Anyway, I'll make a motion to follow staff recommendation approving the lease for the cafe and the concession, and also authorizing the interim manager to sign the lease.
There's a motion
Second.
and a second. Further discussion?
Go ahead.
I didn't know we were going with it.
You want us to postpone it and publicize it again?
No.
Before we vote?
I voted against it the last time, not because I'm not excited about what we're doing. I think it's awesome. I think a coffee shop in that location is the bomb. I struggled with the $15,000 for the outfit. So given that I voted against it the last time, I feel that I should probably be consistent.
No.
Thanks to the legislature for giving me this opportunity
To vote against it.
to vote against it again.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-1. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Council.
We now move to discussion item 6.5, consideration of special status request by the Cary invasion. Mr. Rainey will present and explain the action needed from council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This staff report is regarding the Cary invasion's request for assistance. Since 2011, they have been playing their games, their season at Herbion Community Center, of which they've been considered a rental and have rented since 2011. In the staff report, we provided a table that shows the fees that they've been paying. It also includes the assistance the town has provided. So it's important to note that since 2011, in addition to the fees that they've been paying, that the town has provided direct support. And I won't go over the numbers, but you can look at that, what those totals are. In an effort to bring this forward to you and given the issue, we did a lot of research on a number of things. Number one, we looked at our policies, and we have a couple of policies that guide us in how we operate and maintain our facilities, our community centers. And one of the important things, particularly with our community centers, is that we are not to necessarily rent to those that are for profit, which the Cary invasion are. But there is in the policy the statement that the director can, on a case-by-case basis, make a decision. Now, back in 2011, when the decision was first made to allow them to play, there were only 8 games. And overall, the department considered it to be a benefit, a semi-professional basketball team that we could provide for Cary residents. That's the way it started. We also looked at other communities. We also looked at, did a little research with the NRPA, National Recreation Park Association, as far as, nationally what's going on. It wasn't exhaustive, but we did look. And essentially the bottom line, what we found is that other communities, when they are dealing with for-profit entities, they either do not rent to them or they add an extra charge on that. And so that's one of the things we found. In looking at the use of our community centers, right now there's two major aspects to the use of the centers. It's programming and rentals. Program represents 87% of the use, and rentals approximately 12%. And one of the big things that we looked at is that the rentals of the 12% is where it gets most affected by the Cary invasion. Saturdays, weekends, that's when we have rentals, when they potentially have considerable revenue that we're able to bring in. And so in addition to their fees that they're paying, so approximately I think $11,000 they're paying currently, we estimated there was another $10,000 to $16,000 that we could have earned up more, or additional revenue that we could have earned on top of that for regular rental. A good example is one of our more popular rentals in the weekends are what's called concierges, if I'm pronouncing that right. These are the Suite 15. These are the Latino events where the daughters of the kids are coming out at 15. And these are generally all-day rentals. They come in, and it takes them all day to rent, and consequently, you're looking at $1,200 to $1,500 per rental. This is just an example of what might occur on a Saturday night. Now, having said all that, working with the Cary invasion, if you read the staff report, we list out a number of benefits that they feel very strongly about as far as what they provide. They are a semi-professional basketball team that they are bringing to the town. They play in the downtown. They provide what they feel is both innovation and success. They won, I think, 2014 the championship within the league. They now, I think, this year there'll be several games that are going to be televised, and so the name Cary is being spread about when they go out on the road or on TV. And so they feel that they're bringing good exposure for the town. And so I wanted to state that in front of council. A couple things now before we – and I'll pretty soon go into recommendations, but I want to make a couple points. We provided options for you in the staff report. And I know there's been discussion about nonprofits and profits, so I want to talk about that a little bit. Maybe it'll answer a few questions. So the Cary invasion are a for-profit entity, and there has been discussion about their potentially considering to convert to a nonprofit, and that's what I want to speak to. There's pros and cons. Number one, if they were to convert to a nonprofit, it would move them closer into our policy. As I stated earlier, we deal mostly with nonprofits, and so that would be one positive. Also, if they become a nonprofit, it reduces their potential cost of renting from other government agencies, particularly Wake County Public Schools. If you read the staff report, I think we talked about $35,000 to $40,000. That's what Wake County Public Schools charges for for-profit. It's half as much if they're a nonprofit. So instead of, I think, $425 an hour, it's $185 an hour. Is that okay? Good. So that's the other benefit. Lastly, if they do become a nonprofit, they would potentially qualify for the nonprofit funding that is an aspect of our annual budget process. As you know, every year council approves grants for nonprofits. These are both kind of regular nonprofits and then cultural nonprofits. So there's two pots of money, and so by becoming a nonprofit, that might be another way if council were interested in providing assistance. So I just want to lay these things out for you. A couple of cons is even if you're a nonprofit, we still require you to pay the same rental fee. Okay, So no matter what, in terms of, we still have that issue if they wanted to continue to play at Herb Young. Also, nonprofit profit, regardless of that, the other problem with what we've talked about is the amount of use. I mean, one of the reasons why we're standing up here, not only with their requests, but they've gone from 28 games to possibly, they've gone from 8 games to possibly 21 games and 38 practices. And that's what's been bumping up against, the regular use of the community center. And lastly, in terms of our recommendations now, and I'll go into these. But before I do, I just want to say that if the town cannot waive any fees. Any any assistance that the town provides to the invasion will have to be matched by service. And so whatever we do, we'll be signing a service agreement with the invasion, and they will have to provide the value of whatever assistance council recommends, okay? Chris, do you want to clarify? Is that good? Did I state it?
Yes, services that fulfill one of the town's public purposes.
Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to clarify that. We can, once we get into this, I can answer any more questions. So let's talk about the recommendations. And the first thing is for council to decide on what value you feel that the invasion provide the town. So option 1 is 100% support. And in the staff report, we show the total amount between the rental fees and the direct costs we're providing, which equal $24,552. Okay, that's 100%. Option 2 is anything less than 100%. We have given in the staff report options. And again, this would be assistance in the form of $20,000, $16,000, and $13,000. And in the staff report, we say, for example, if you provide $13,000 in support, then we list out the remainder of what they would pay. And of option 2, the $13,000 is probably closest to what they're currently paying. Okay, so that would be what they're currently doing. So in a sense, right now, we're providing $13,000 in support, kind of unofficially. Option 3 is Cary Invasion. You should pay rental fees normal to everyone else. And with our direct support, which is above and beyond what we pay, what we provide anyone else, that would be $24,552, what they would pay. Okay? And so one last thing, before you go into that, the next option, or next recommendation, number 2, is that right now, the way the staff report's written, these would apply next season. Okay? So in the staff report, when you see 2016, that means this current year. The Cary Invasion year is underway. It started a couple weeks ago. They have yet to pay anything because I think their hope is a council would, whatever decision was made in terms of assistance would be applied to this year. Okay? And so that's the other thing. So what's the value? If there is a value, how much? And then do you want it to apply to 2016 or to the following season, 2017? All right, and then we have a couple more recommendations after that. Why don't we start with those? Now I'll leave it up for discussion or answer any questions.
Okay. Open it up to council members for questions and comments. I guess I'll lead it off. I look at the pros and cons, and the pros, of course, they're great ambassadors for the town, and they're entertainment for downtown, and they're a good thing for the town. The con is we don't have a lot of community centers, and we're giving up a lot of time at one of the main community centers in town. I haven't made up my mind. I'm looking to my colleagues to help me out here because I don't know what to do, because there's big pros and big cons.
Well, I think years ago, when we were dealing with funding for not-for-profits, it was always so much turmoil because, it's like, how do you support this cause and not this cause? And then we created a formula for expenses, and we took it to kind of an independent authority where they would make those decisions. I mean, just tonight, listening to the Cary Band, I mean, there's a lot of argument. They've been around far longer. They are great ambassadors. And So this is just, it is a tough one, because I think, like the letters from the sixth graders and all the things, that's wonderful. But originally 8 games at a community center, it's not designed for this kind of basketball, the locker rooms, the practice. It's kind of designed for recreational. And if anything, I'd rather see us helping either work with the school system, and I know they charge and all that, but they have better recreational facilities. They have bleachers on both sides. They can draw bigger crowds. There's a lot of things. So my personal, I don't want to say frustration, is knowing that it's just not practical to stay at Herb Young forever. To me, with the luxury of hindsight, I wish over the years, as it grew from 8 to whatever it is, 50 plus with practices, that more effort would have been made to partner with them to look at some other opportunities. But, I'm not excited about declaring them special at the expense of others that are equally special, if that makes sense. I mean, I think what they do is special. I think we have other organizations that do the same. So those are kind of my initial thoughts. And again, I'm here trying to get everybody's feedback too, but it's a lot of money, folks, and a lot of time.
You have something to add? I thought you were getting ready to say.
No, I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'll clean up my look.
Brilliant listening.
Yeah, yes,
really,
yeah,
really listening.
very intently.
Other comments?
Yeah, this is an unusual item. It's an unusual request. I think we deal with rezonings and plan amendments a lot easier than we can deal with this, to be honest with you. I thank the staff for their very detailed report. I mean, if you read the whole thing, much beyond what Doug was explaining to us tonight, amazing research that they put into this. Of the cons, the biggest one to me is that just what you said there, Jack, and May, the community center is not designed to be a venue for a professional sports team. I mean, community center by its very nature is for the community, for recreational purposes, my opinion. So that is a con, no question about it. But for this year, I think that agreement has been struck in terms of using the court time for this year. Then looking at it from what Doug indicated, the team is looking at a nonprofit status for next year. And anybody who's been involved in nonprofits know it's not the easiest, quickest thing to do and to get. So, they're beginning the process. I have no idea how it's going to turn out. But if it does, that takes away a lot of what we're discussing tonight and allows them to be eligible for our regular nonprofit funding and also perhaps for a Lazy Days grant. Who knows? It changes the picture, in other words, if that happens. So I'm looking at this as not something that we are deciding that we're going to give them $20,000 every year from now, this year and next year and the year after. I'm looking at it more or less from, do we want to give them additional funding for this year, for 2016, not necessarily for 2017. Now, I don't know what their status is going to be next year. I don't know whether they'll find another venue even next year. So I'd rather just look at it for this year. And if they need to come back for next year, we consider it again. We'll see how it works. But I'm looking at it as a one-time thing for this year. And I would like to see them get some additional funding from what we're currently giving them. How much? I don't know. The staff has all those options. 100% is a wonderful thing, but the other options are there on the table. As far as a service agreement, I think it's a wonderful thing that we can tie this to a service agreement, that they do stuff for the town. They do stuff already, and in talking with Mr. Thorne, he's not only wanting to do additional stuff, reluctantly. Okay, if you make me, I'll do it. He's eager he and the team are eager to do more things for the town and to be more visible. So I'm sure tying it to a service agreement is going to work. What the value of that is, how you determine value, I have no idea. But I do think they'll be providing additional value to what they're already providing. And Doug also mentioned they're going to be streaming some games live this year on ESPN3. And I know also talking with Mr. Thorne, he could have, for the uniforms, he could have put Invasion on the front of the uniform. He didn't. He put Cary. So that's what's on the uniform in 10-inch letters. And I know I'm going to be proud to see that when I watch those games. What value that has, I don't know. It certainly has some value. So, you know, it's great family fun. It really, I don't know how many of you have been to an Invasion game. It really is a neat thing, and certainly a downtown attraction. So, you know, I understand the nonprofit profit. I understand what the Cary Band was saying. I would like to do more for the Cary Band also. But I do support an additional level of support, and I'm not going to make a motion at this point or talk about dollar amounts, but I would like to hear what other people have to, you know, to say or think.
Are you going next, or?
Oh.
You were looking at him, so.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I agree with everything you say, so I'm not going to repeat that. I think the interesting thing is we have a number of amazing organizations in Cary that contribute to the great branding of Cary. And we've talked about it with staff quite a bit, that even the USA Baseball folks, they don't say we're going to a USA Baseball event, they say on the road to Cary. So we have some great branding. We had the Cary Invasion, we had the Cary Town Band, and folks may not know, but we had the Cary Concert Singers. Two of those three are not-for-profits, and they do get some funding from the town at different periods. And I think in this section of what we're talking about, this issue, is that we're giving a great deal of value to a for-profit company who in turn is providing a lot of value add back to the town, and that's good. And I'm okay with the idea that we are getting something for this investment, if you will, because it is an investment, but we are also taking some things away from the general public, access to the, you know, our premier community center for now. For me, it's more of a consistency issue, right? We're not treating these organizations with the same level of consistency across it. If, like you said, if it was a not-for-profit now, we probably wouldn't be having half of this discussion right now. So I am concerned that we're increasing the amount of use from 8 games to 21 games and 38 practices. We're going from, you know, almost a 33% increase in use, from 98 hours of use to 142 hours of use. And we're, you know, we have a lot of investment. But having said all that, there's a lot of things that are on the horizon. There's this not-for-profit status that hopefully is coming. There's, you know, new community centers in the future. If they get not-for-profit status, I would like to see them at a facility that would really allow them to have the kind of draw that they deserve, and the ability for, as you said, to have people on both sides and be able to really enjoy it as the game is supposed to be enjoyed. So my point is, a long way to go around the point. My point is, I think that we need to help support them for a period of time. But I would like to make that time very determinate. Say, we're going to help you for maybe the next year, and then you either need to be not-for-profit status or, you know, whatever that is, and get us from where we are today to tomorrow. Help them through the hump. But I really think that the point of this is that we need to be consistent in the way that we treat the organizations that are our champions and our cheerleaders for the town. And I think they provide an amazing service. But for me, it's all about consistency.
I have a question. In conversation with staff a while back about this, when we were just kind of talking about it, one thing I brought up was, well, couldn't we just sponsor the basketball team like we sponsor a lot of other things in town? and just make it simple? I mean, is there a reason that's not one of the options before us?
Well, it depends what you mean by sponsor. You mean like the Railhawks?
Yeah.
Well,
or Railhawks, or a Cary Citizen,
well,
or the Cary Chamber
it would
of Commerce,
require, well, and that's kind of what we're talking about. But it would require this special services agreement, because that's the equivalent of what we've done with the Railhawks, where, and to date, we've treated it, as a rental.
Right.
And obviously in the last year or two, it's grown beyond that. So that's why this is so timely. So I think we're talking the same thing. You use sponsorship. That's really what you're deciding, is that if that's what you want to do, then, we'll enter into that agreement, define things like, hey, we've done with both USA and Railhawks. This is a mini version of that, really is what we're talking about, Don. So, okay, does that answer?
I mean, rough. I mean, at the end of the day, you give money one way or the other way. It's
well, but remember, the difference though is that whether it's 1 page or 2 pages, it'll basically say, here is the value or the assistance the town is willing to provide, and in return, you'll do this.
I hear you. What we do decide or talk about tonight, I would like to talk about for the 2016 season, and give the organization the opportunity to try to pursue nonprofit status. But, I mean, let's be realistic. You can call them for-profit. I can promise you they're not making any money. So maybe they fit better off as a nonprofit. But so that's, I guess, not so much a concern to me as how much the potential benefit, economic development, community advocacy type stuff. I do think over time, as downtown continues to, revitalize and thrive, and as the team continues to grow and the word gets around, and, it's going to become more popular. And I'm hoping that at some point in time, it's a huge asset for us to have. And, we talk about maybe they should go to a high school gym or somewhere else. Part of me actually kind of wants to keep them in downtown if it can be what I think we hope. I think it has the potential to be a big benefit there. The televised games and things like that, I think that's a great opportunity for the town, more exposure. I mean, amateur or sports has been one of the town's niches for quite some time. I kind of see this fitting into that. So I don't know what the magic number is, but I would like us to look at something for the 2016 season, give them the opportunity to work out whatever they need to work out, and then maybe reevaluate next year. Okay. I share everybody's concerns with how much more they're using the facilities than originally, to include the number of practices. I would hope as we reevaluated that next year that maybe that we can find better ways to work that. I don't know, but I do see some value here. I see a team or an organization that is slowly but surely growing, and I'd kind of like to encourage that a little more before just saying, no, we've done what we can do. So, I mean, the recommendations, right now we're providing them roughly about $13,000 in support. There's an option to go up to $16,000 or $20,000, or you could even go the whole 24 and some change. I'm kind of somewhere between the 16 and the 20 is where I'm at.
Okay.
So what I'm understanding is that we have a rental agreement in place for the 2015-2016 season. We are all talking about entering into a special service agreement for next fiscal year, for the town's fiscal year, so that because they would not have their nonprofit status in April 2016, which is when we would need them to have it in order to receive our nonprofit funds, to be able to apply for our nonprofit funds. So we would enter in for the 2016-2017 season into a special service agreement. And Don, you're talking around $16,000 being a comfort level for that amount for that year?
Between 16 and 20.
Okay, but then from that point onward, after the completion of the 2016-2017 season, we would expect them to be ready to apply for nonprofit funds because by that point they will have attained their nonprofit status. Is that?
That would be a hope.
Is that? I'm trying. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, well, we don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, we don't know.
we don't know.
We're not looking at that. We're not looking that far. You know, we're not tonight going to make a decision on giving them
Going
funding for the
forward.
next.
Okay.
17
I agree with what the comments that Lori made. I think it's good for us to foster this organization. I think it has good value for our community. But I think that we want to prompt them to pursue that nonprofit status. I don't think that entering into the special service agreement approach is the long-term best approach for our citizens. The point that Jack made was excellent. Our nonprofit program that we have in place it depoliticizes the process of money going to nonprofits, and it allows our staff to objectively look at the organizations that help our town in its efforts. And that's how the staff decides which nonprofits get the money. So I have strong belief that that's the best approach eventually, is to get them to the point where they can apply for those funds. So I would support the funding through a special service agreement, the 2016-2017 season. My comfort level is at 16,000. I don't know if I want to go to 20. But
I just want to make sure I get the years right here. What I was thinking would be for, let's see, our fiscal year and their basketball year are two different.
Right. So I'm talking about their basketball
So
season, 2016-2017, right?
Well, I'm
2015.
I'm thinking their current basketball
Yeah,
season.
So you're talking for right now?
Right now.
Right, that's not so.
And not worry about next year even.
Okay.
I'm talking
Okay, so we
about
would
the
not go
current
with the
season.
rental agreement as such. You're saying
Well,
supersede
The
that
rental
with a special
agreement they
service
have is
agreement?
already there.
Yeah. And if we're looking at giving a grant, then it would be to help augment them to get through this year. It has nothing to do with
So the,
Whatever we want to call it.
Above what we're all-
Yeah, whatever you want to call
and
it.
let me clarify, so the special agreement, services agreement will replace the current rental.
That's
Okay.
what-
And obviously, it would-
Okay,
it would
that's-
involve whatever assistance you are talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I was confused by that, and Mike and I were over here talking about it, but, okay, so that would supplant the rental agreement. Well, I feel even better about that. But I do have some concern. If you're saying just do it for this year, what month do we receive those applications for the nonprofit?
It's a good point.
April, right?
I believe so.
I thought it was like March, April-ish
Yeah.
kind of time frame.
Because we're reviewing those in the spring in preparation for your review and approval.
Right.
So there'll be the same problem next
They're
year.
going to be in the same problem.
Could be.
Maybe or
It
maybe
could be.
not.
I mean,
Could be.
they would have to have nonprofit status before they could apply for those funds.
Yeah, there's no telling how.
We can
that's
be
gonna
dynamic at that time. We're being dynamic right now, right at the beginning of their season, so I guess we could be dynamic then too. But our goal for the following April, when those nonprofit things go on, would be that I would like, if they want to continue, I'd like them to be a nonprofit by that point.
Yeah, I think there's too many variables to look too far ahead with this.
So I want to try to summarize what I've heard so far. So what I heard so far is what we're interested in working on is the 2015-2016 season, which is under contract that we're thinking about amending or changing or replacing. And then we want to revisit before we get to the 2016-2017 season. And I've heard some numbers, 16K and 16 to 20 for the 2015-2016 season. I don't know if that's where your numbers, you were looking 2016.
Well, I wasn't,
I thought we were
but,
talking about
you know,
2016.
I can be open to that with the council. You know,
To me,
I thought we should stay the same at 13, but if the mood is the 16, I think it's important we do something this year because I don't think it's time for us to kind of like change the rules in midstream, and we have supported them in the past in certain ways, and so I mean I'm in agreement for 2016. The caution I have is, you know, when we're talking about whatever you were calling them earlier, the sponsorships, I think it's apples and oranges. When you talk about the soccer park and you're going into agreement, it's something we want because we want to fill a soccer park that's ours, that's built, and we have it there. What we have looming in the future is still that cloud of mixing the demand for community centers all over the area here And that's just not going to go away. And frankly, I think, our direction should just be that the group aggressively pursue and work with the town on other options, because like Grandma used to say, be careful what you wish for. I'm not sure getting not-for-profit status and competing against all these other worthwhile programs is going to be to their benefit.
We don't know.
And I think the bigger message is we like what you're doing. We have a dilemma here, both of consistency and fairness and all the other stuff. And we want to help get through this year, but, no promises for the future. If we have to, we'll go back here on a case-by-case basis again.
And just to
that's my take on it.
To add to that, I think there are opportunities to combine a lot of what I've heard. Don envisions them getting bigger and staying in downtown. And if that's the case, then we would at least want their practices to be somewhere else. I mean, we've got to get them out of the community.
That's a fair point.
And if maybe there's some kind of marriage or merge or something that can make it work. I don't know.
See, that's the point, I think. We're buying them time so all of those things can be pursued, because I think we do want to see them be successful. But it can't be either or with our community center. We got to find a way to help make it a win for all the other uses there. So, my take.
So, I'm hearing, and I'm going to try to summarize again, we're going to defer any action on 2016, 2017. We're looking at 2015, 2016.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense.
So then we're talking about what amount do you want to go?
Currently, it's 13,000.
Approximately.
Roughly, round numbers. 100% would be the 24,000. I sense there's not a whole lot of support for that. So we have if we are increasing over the 13, which is what I assume there is support for, we have 16 or 20. 16, 20, or 24. The 20 to me sounds like it's in between, and that's an additional $7,000.
You making a motion?
What it amounts to. So I would make a motion that we do choose option 2 with a $20,000, and I don't know what to call it, grant, sponsorship. Assistance would be fine. And that would apply to the current basketball season, the 2015-2016 season.
All right.
Now, you may have some other conditions, I think.
There are. Let me just, before you.
But if you want that as a motion.
So do you need to add to his motion?
I don't know.
Or can we get the motion in a second?
Well, there's two other parts to the recommendation. That is, the next one, number 3, was.
One at a time.
Can we do one?
All right, one at a time. So there's a motion.
Oh, okay.
And a second. Discussion.
Yeah, I think, the way I average is different than you average. I think 16 is more in line with the middle, and I think that would be more than enough. So I don't really support 20,000. I think it's way too high.
And I'll just say I was working out the numbers because I'm an engineer, so I'm a geek. Yeah, the 16,000 is a 30% increase from what they're currently getting. And for me, 16,000 is more in line because let's say one thing that's really important to me is they're getting a 30% increase in the number of hours too of use. So that, I'd be more comfortable with 16. I wouldn't be comfortable with 20.
Okay. We have a motion and a second for 20,000. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion fails 2-4. How about a follow-up motion for 16?
I'll make the motion for 16,000, option 2, part of option 2, 16,000.
Is there a second? Second. Jennifer was a second. Discussion.
And the discussion is, how does that affect us looking at 3 and 4? Does it matter? I'm just confused. I thought we wanted to, when you were looking, I felt like you didn't finish your conversation here. Does it hurt us to go ahead with this?
No, I think you can go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Because really,
I did.
3 is procedural. That if you vote for assistance, then it tells budget
I just wanted to
finance to adjust accordingly. And then the last thing, you guys, everyone talked about the hours, how much they've increased. We basically, in there, 142, that's it.
Cap.
And then there's other things about use of the community center, which the staff's good with in terms of first right of refusal, things like that. So I just want to make sure that as you're approving motions, you're approving all four, that's all. But you can proceed with your value.
I hear you. If the 16,000 is maybe okay for some, not for others, and it maybe didn't pass, I'd like to find something between 16 and 20, maybe 18, so.
Okay, the motion is for 16. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-2. All right, following up on that, what else do we have?
Okay, and I think
Number of hours.
the final two are, if council chooses to support the Cary invasion for the 2016 season, to increase FY16 budget revenue, recreational facility rentals by that amount. And then lastly, limiting to 142 hours. And there's other aspects there. First right of refusal on Saturday, 2 practice times per week, nothing more beyond that. And the use of rooms A or B. Sometimes when they're open, the Cary invasion will call the week prior is what they're to do. And if they're open, the staff says, sure, you can use that. So we're just trying to put in place officially, this is it. These are the limits of, since each year they've gone up, okay? So,
If I understand, brief conversation I had with Mr. Thorne, the 142 hours is fine and dandy.
yeah,
But the A, B, and C, I don't know. Is that currently what's?
yeah, that's currently going on, and we just want to make it official that.
Is it basically 3 or 4? Are they mutually exclusive? Or
You can include them in one motion.
You can make them in one motion.
Yeah.
That's all. If I'd include them all in one slide,
Okay.
someone would have yelled at me, and
wanna make a
text
motion?
font
Yeah,
small.
I mean, I'll make a motion that the recommendations 3 and 4 be incorporated as part of our support for this year. And do I need to read those out?
No.
No.
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
Anything else?
Mayor, just one bit of clarification for next season. Do you want us to negotiate with Invasion a similar agreement here, or do you want us to bring it back? Because you still had questions about, do you want them in the community center? Is it, just so we know what to do next year.
I'll speak for myself first and I'll let my colleagues jump in. I think as a default, you bring back the same agreement and then see how we want to change it.
All right.
I'm seeing a bunch of nods.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, in my mind, there's some big hurdles out there, and the best thing is not to put our head in the sand and to understand the challenges we have. We're not going to build a new community center. At the same time, we want to support downtown efforts. But, I'd love to see we not roll over and just come up and incorporate that and have to go through this pros and cons discussion again. I'd like to see a solution where we all don't have to play Solomon and we're happy with the decision. So I'm kind of hoping that, I don't know, you go lock yourselves in a room and come up with some creative ways to play basketball. That would be helpful to downtown and to the community.
Okay.
So the only other question I'd ask, and I don't really want to ask it in public because I'm afraid it would just open up a can of worms.
Should I walk away? Or
other community centers, Middle Creek and at this Bond Park, they have basketball courts, don't they?
Yep.
And how busy are those community centers? I mean, if we put some practice time over there, would that help?
They are very busy, Bond Park in particular.
Okay.
So they're very limited.
Didn't
Mayor, I think it's important. We've had to move some of our programs away from Herb Young to accommodate the invasion.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrane. We now move to item 6.6, Land Development Ordinance Text Amendments, Round 31, items A and C. Staff's going to give us a report. We're going to hear a Planning and Zoning Board recommendation, and we may take action. This is only a simple majority to approve. Ms. Bierman.
Thank you. There are 2 items for your consideration tonight, connectivity and low-density residential development standards. With regard to connectivity, this issue has been discussed at 2 council work sessions and at 2 previous public hearings. It does provide greater flexibility in making decisions on connectivity and provide some options for addressing at least some situations that you may have through zoning conditions. The amendment would currently would classify existing neighborhoods into one of 3 tiers based on when the development plan for the neighborhood was approved, whether or not there are existing street stubs, and whether or not there are public safety concerns related to access. The connectivity requirements for a new development would depend on the tier of the adjacent neighborhood. These changes would allow applicants to offer zoning conditions related to connectivity, in some cases, depending on the tier of the neighborhood, and this is information provided in your staff report, but basically shows an array of options that are available for that. With regard to the rezoning case that was just discussed, the Luter property rezoning, I know there's a lot of interest in that case. That neighborhood, the Arlington Park neighborhood, is defined as a class or a tier 1 neighborhood according to this. So these provisions would not apply to connectivity there. There would not be the option under this amendment for a zoning condition. So the option would be for that to be brought to you as a quasi-judicial case at the time of the site or subdivision plan. The second item for consideration relates to dimensional standards. This amendment has also been to a couple of public hearings and work sessions. This was prepared in response to concerns that some new development in areas that are designated for low-density development are failing to meet expectations related to lot size and other dimensional standards. Based on feedback and council direction, the amendment would basically prohibit new TR and TRCU, transitional residential zoning districts, where the plan designation called for low or very low density development. And it would also specify which plan designations are required in order to request rezoning to certain residential districts. And this is the table identifies where the R12, R8, TR, and the RMF districts could be requested based on the plan designations. That concludes staff comments. I'll now ask Mr. Evangelista of our Planning and Zoning Board to present the recommendation.
Thank you. Well, as you see, they were both 4 to 3s. So let's take connectivity first. What do you say? The biggest concern with the 3 who opposed the connectivity was they would like to have, very similar to the case we saw a little bit earlier, when there is a commercial abutting a residential, that somehow this tiering should be more addressable in the rezoning process. And that wasn't specifically addressed in the LDO amendment. Some of the folks who voted against it suggested that there might be another round of amendments that could specifically address this particular case, although they didn't quite know how that might take place and how that might affect what we have right now. But there was a great deal of concern that we weren't covering every possibility, or as many possibilities as we could, with an amendment, that we were still going to be left hanging for a lot of possibilities that would require going to a quasi-judicial hearing or something of that nature. So that was the opposition. The 4 who voted in favor of it, well, essentially thought that we were making good progress by taking care of the existing neighborhood mostly as we do this, which is where most of the conflict arises, is in the existing neighborhood, not in the proposed rezoning parcel. So that's where we were on that.
Questions, comments?
Well, I'll say my piece again, because I was the culprit who originally raised this issue back, I don't know how many months, maybe it was a year ago now. I don't know. And we've discussed it several times at council meetings, work sessions. I'm not going to belabor it tonight, but I do just want to simply state why I'm going to vote no on the connectivity piece of it. The other section I'm perfectly fine with. Simply put, when an applicant doesn't want vehicular, and we're talking vehicular connectivity here, when an applicant doesn't want vehicular connectivity to an adjacent property, and when the adjacent property owner, which is usually an existing residential neighborhood, does not want to be connected, and there's no public safety issue, fire, police, EMS, so on and so forth, then I really believe the town should not be insisting on vehicular connectivity. A decision, either yes or no, should be able to be made earlier in the process than at a quasi-judicial hearing, which is expensive, time-consuming, and as we personally know, painful most of the time. And the reason I bring it up again is that the staff did come up with what I thought was an excellent means of accomplishing this, which was really a win-win for developers. Well, you heard the one tonight. The developer doesn't want to be connected. The neighborhood doesn't want to be connected. We're not sure we should be connected. It's kind of a split feeling here. But they came up with a win-win, which I think for developers, for neighbors, for the staff would be easier, and for us. And we rejected that by majority vote or consensus opinion at our recent work session. There was a chance that we could see it at rezoning with a preliminary development plan and either say yay or nay. And if we're sticklers for connectivity, as some of us are, we would just say, yes, I still want connectivity. And the rest of us could say no, and we'll see where it falls out. We had that opportunity. We didn't take advantage of it. So I'm voting no to the connectivity thing. I don't think I've said anything different than I've said at any previous work session. So I'll shut up at this point. It's late.
I agree with you, and I don't. I agree with you that when an applicant doesn't want to connect, and when a neighborhood doesn't want the connection, there needs to be maybe a means to allow that. But if the neighborhood was built in a way that was planning for the connection, and everybody that moved into that neighborhood knew a connection was planned, but then decided they didn't want it, and the applicant's like, well, if you ain't going to make me do it, I don't want to do it. I still think you should force the connection. Was looking for more when you have those older communities that weren't designed to be connected to or didn't quite meet today's roads and sidewalk standards and things like that, and we were trying to force the connection, that's when it just didn't make sense to me. So honestly, to use the previous case tonight, there was 2 road stubs clearly stubbed to the eastern side of the property that scream, this is going somewhere someday. Now, granted, that wasn't planned to be commercial. It's a whole other issue, and I kind of get where you guys were going there. But I feel like the older neighborhoods, kind of like they've done here, that weren't planned for it, they give us the opportunity to not connect. Those new neighborhoods that were planned for it, and especially those with street stubs, I think we should connect to probably 99% of those. For a number of reasons, public safety, access, I mean, you name it. But at the end of the day, in a perfect world, I wish we could just say yay or nay to everybody that requested a waiver or something on it without having to go to quasi-judicial and make it a zoning thing and call it good, but apparently that's impossible. I appreciate hearing the feedback on the commercial to residential, because that's not really something that's in here, and based on what we've heard tonight, I think that's something we might want to at least be looking at for around 847 of LDO amendments or whatever.
What you say, Don, if I understand, is not really impossible. I mean, the proposal that I believe was Mr. Jensen brought to us at a work session does exactly that. We could say yay or nay, and if it was an old a newer neighborhood with a clear stub, and you have your opinion that they should definitely be connected, you just vote that way.
But at the same time, I don't know that I want us to be individually just every single time somebody doesn't want a connection. I still like the standards.
Right.
And that's the dilemma. I mean, that's exactly, I mean, I'm going to go to my grave hating dealing with connectivity because I mean, tell you, it is just a bleep to deal with. But it's just, I mean, you took away my line. It's like I agree and I disagree. I just don't know how we can make it practical where we have that overarching umbrella. I mean, it's like when I was listening tonight to that earlier segment, if you looked at what's connecting, there's no logical way that that connectivity is going to impact those neighborhoods except make it easier for that neighborhood to use that center. It's like nobody's going to get off of whatever it is, High House or something, and say, oh, I think I'll meander through these roads for a couple of blocks and come back out. There's no shortcut if you looked at their site plan. There's nothing. All it's going to do is for that person at 11 o'clock at night that wants to go to the store and get a six-pack of milk, and that they don't, they can just run right out, run to the store and back, and it's going to be a blessing. And I hate to take away that, even when in their, and I don't want to become the person that says I know what's best for you. I think that's where government gets itself in trouble when we get that way. So I'm really torn on this because I kind of agree with you, Ed, but at the same time I feel this gives us an inch forward to give us a little bit more direction, especially with those older neighborhoods. And, this is going to be one of those votes I wish I could vote by percent because it would be close to that 51, 49.
49 for you?
Yeah, it would be. I'm sorry, but I'm so frustrated that every time we take a stab at this, we are so disappointed. And at the same time, it's not the staff's fault. It's just so hard to create that balance because every case is so unique. And at the same time, you don't want to get into what created this problem in the first place where we were dealing with it on every single one. Yeah. And everybody instantly said no to connectivity. I mean, this is a tough one for me.
Not tough for me.
Okay.
I love connectivity. I've been in communities where there was not good connectivity, and that feeling like you only have one way in and one way out for our neighborhood is not good. I don't like it when a development is disjointed next to another development. It doesn't seem like it's a harmonious match. My thought, first of all, is that out of all the cases that I've seen on my time on the council, there's been one that seemed really compelling to me about why they shouldn't have to connect, and that was Fordland Drive. And that, I believe, would probably, in my opinion, be a Tier 3, but maybe staff would say it would be a Tier 2. So I think this ordinance satisfies me. For all these communities that had the stub, they had to know it was going to go somewhere. Absolutely. And we had that problem. I'll never forget being in a neighborhood, which I will not name, and being in this man, in this group, and this man who lived in a house, probably was a $400,000 house that was on a stub. He said, I thought it was going to be that way forever. And I said, really? You really thought that that the town here would just put a stub right there and never connect it to anything? We put the stubs there because we intend to connect it to something, and then we started putting, because of that man, we started putting the sign up that says future connection.
Yes, future connection.
So that everybody knew that this really is going somewhere. So I like the fact that we do that. We tell people up in advance. My thought as far as developments go is if we're putting in a development that is so incongruent with the existing neighborhood, then maybe it's not the right project. And this Looter Shop one, I think, is demonstrating that. The first round when they came in, I wouldn't want to connect up to that. I mean, it was a bunch of disparate buildings. It didn't really look good together. They've come back. They're trying to redesign it. It's taking shape, and I think there's still some improvement to go there. But they can get it to a place where somebody who lives in a home right adjacent to it would be really glad to be able to walk right to that and be able to drive out to get something late at night or whatever. But to me, when the connection doesn't seem right, it's because the project isn't right that's going in. It's not because the connection isn't right. So I'm in favor of this. Personally, if everybody votes against it, it leaves the ordinance for connectivity the way it is, and I'm really in favor of that as well. But in honor of the people of Fordland Drive and anyone else who's in a situation like Fordland Drive, I'm going to vote for this.
You just scared me into supporting it, man.
Wow. I got the 51.
So I think we've heard from about everybody. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Oh,
Go
You
ahead.
make a motion.
No, you're the connectivity queen. You go for it.
Well, really, Lori's a connectivity queen.
And notice I'm not.
And she's not saying anything, but she's nodding. She's saying, yes, Jennifer, go, go. Okay, so I make a motion that we approve, is it 31A?
A and C.
Wait,
We had none.
A is connectivity.
are we doing both? Because we didn't talk about.
I don't-
You can do them
I would-
separately.
I would do
as
them
you would-
separate.
Yeah.
I want to do them separate.
okay.
31, I make a motion that we approve 31A.
Okay, motion is second. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
5-1. 31C?
Another 4-3, which caught some of us by surprise. But it was essentially, as you saw the table, that when we go to LDR and VLDR, that we may preclude some of the more areas that would go dense into a corner. And there were, the folks who voted against this thought that there were not enough assurances that a parcel would not be bunched with all of its lots in one corner, and there would be inadequate buffering to prevent that parcel from not blending well with what was next door. So while they would satisfy all the requirements of the VLDR, the LDR, and they would have all the other requirements met, you could still cluster them. But even with these assurances, there weren't enough buffering assurances that were placed in. Now, where they would come from, I don't know. If they would come in as zoning conditions, that's, I guess, up in the air. But that was the concern from the folks who voted against that.
Because I think that's a great point. I don't know that we need to address it at this time, because I think this makes some strides towards improvement. And I think what we could do is direct staff to kind of look into that situation and say, when we have a certain percentage of clustering, when it gets down to a certain size, then maybe you increase buffers by a certain percentage, make it some kind of metric where it's not so, political, where we're kind of going, no, I want you to do this and that. So I think it's worth pursuing, but I don't think we should throw this one out because it lacks it.
And if I may, the people who voted for it said that would be managing to the exception, that a clustering would be such a rare occurrence that we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. This would address the vast majority of instances, like you're pointing out. And we shouldn't really go back to the drawing board for a very small percentage of possibilities.
Okay. Well, unless you guys have more to say, I'll just make a motion to approve 31C.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Oh, consistency statement. Is there a motion, the consistency and reasonableness statement for the land development ordinance text amendments around 31A and C?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving right along to item 8, or 6.8, Chapel Hill Road and Lake Drive rezoning request 15 REZ05. Staff's going to give us a report. We're going to hear from our Planning and Zoning Board about their recommendation, and we will take action. Simple majority vote is all that's needed to approve. Ms. Bierman.
This is consideration of a request to rezone about 12 acres at Chapel Hill Road and Lake Drive.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have to remove it, don't you?
There's a big thing in bold, red type, and yellow outline. Is there a motion to remove this item from the table?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries and is removed from the table. Our town clerk is excellent. She never lets me mess up. Ms. Bierman, back to you.
Okay, this is about 12 acres located on Chapel Hill Road and Lake Drive. This is a vicinity map. You can see Chapel Hill Road to the west, Lake Drive, and Woodland Drive that come around to the east of the property. The current zoning on the site is R40, R20, and a small portion that's R12 conditional use. The proposed zoning is transitional residential conditional use. There's several zoning conditions. Predominantly, the land uses would be limited to semi-detached or attached dwellings and townhomes with the maximum density of 5 units per acre. There were also some additional conditions added after the town council public hearing. The applicant did work quite a bit with the neighborhood with the adjoining property. A portion of the common boundary with the Hermitage Park development to the north would include a 6-foot-tall solid fence along this property line, and also in the shaded area, which is 120 feet from that property line, there would be no community gathering space or recreation type facilities. There were also some additional conditions that were added after the Planning and Zoning Board recommendation was made, where the applicant continued to work with the adjacent property owner. These included provisions related to buffers and setbacks along that adjacent property, and then there are 2 exhibits included in your staff report that show the details with those buffers and setbacks. And again, this is one of these exhibits, one of the exhibits that shows some details and nuances related to those buffers. And finally, there were a couple of conditions added to specify that the homeowners association would be established and would own and maintain both the stormwater facilities and the required fence that was included in the earlier zoning conditions. The land use plan for this area shows a majority designated as low to medium density residential, with a small portion being low density. There are some stream buffers on the site. There were a number of protest petitions filed on this case. The area in pink shows protests that were removed, so this is no longer a valid protest. The homeowners association for the adjacent Hermitage Park did withdraw their protest petition. At the time of the public hearing, there were 23 protest petitions received. There were 3 speakers at the public hearing, and basically the concerns focused on traffic, opposition of any extension of Lake Drive, stormwater runoff, and the buffers. And again, the buffers became a large issue, and there was quite a bit of discussion and coordination with the adjacent property owners. And as I mentioned, that protest petition was withdrawn. There was also a petition that was received after the public hearing from some property owners requesting fencing and landscaping adjacent to some of the existing lots on Woodland Drive to the east of the property. And with that, I'll ask Mr. Evangelista again to present the Planning and Zoning Board recommendation.
Oh, wow, 9-0. That ought to be quick.
So we thought. No, it actually, for us, it worked out fairly well. It was fairly straightforward. I guess, big topic I would be talking about is what happened after that. Mm-hmm. And at the last council meeting, when you tabled this, I do agree with Councilman France that had it come back to us, it wouldn't have changed anything for that error. And I don't even know if we're addressing the error in the staff report that went the first time or not. But I will point out that in 3 separate occasions during the planning and zoning hearing, during the public hearing and in our deliberation, we asked specifically, and this is Al Swanstrom's legacy, he asked specifically, is the Hermitage Park area individual detached homes or is it townhomes? Because it says one thing here in the staff report, but I think it's detached. Ms. Bierman straightened them out. It is detached. They're smaller than 8,000 square foot lots. So the error that was brought to light was corrected in the meeting. So that's why I have all the confidence in the world that our approval would not have changed. Okay. That's really the only thing I have to offer for this case.
Okay. Thank you. Comments, question, motion? Not all at once. One at a time.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion.
A second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Don, did you need
We were so excited there, weren't we?
No, I was trying to get back to so I could make a motion with the actual number, and stupid mouse doesn't work. And
Consistency statement for this. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve 15 RAZ05 consistency statement associated with this rezoning.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're getting kind of weak as we go further into this meeting. We have one more discussion item with its consistency statement left, if we've got the energy. Discussion item is 6.10, West High South rezoning request 14 REZ 19. Staff will give us a report. We're going to hear from the Planning and Zoning Board one more time. Council may take action. This requires a super majority vote since it has a valid protest petition. Ms. Bierman.
This request involves 4.2 acres.
They'll table
Okay,
again.
untable.
I just am having a problem with the first item right on the list. Is there a motion to remove this item from the table?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion, second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Once again, Ms. Bierman.
Okay. This is about 42 acres located on the south side of West High Street, west of Cary Parkway. Here you can see the vicinity map with West High to the north, Salem Church Road to the south. This is a closer view, the subject property outlined in the magenta color. The existing zoning of the site is R40. You can see the property to the south is in Apex's jurisdiction. The proposed zoning is R8, conditional use. Zoning conditions include limiting the land use to 89 detached dwellings, providing the connection to Salem Church Road, providing for an installation of a traffic signal at West High and Southwest Cary Parkway if warranted, and there are details written into the zoning conditions related to that so that we push the time out as far as possible to when the signal could be warranted, and that could be after the complete build-out of the property. Also, there has been an additional zoning condition added related to preservation of the existing historic house on the property that would be preserved through a preservation easement in its current location on a minimum 1.25 acre lot. And again, this is a condition that was added after the Planning and Zoning Board recommendation. This is a picture of the historic house. This shows a close-up view of the property. The house is located down in the southern portion of the site. The connection to Salem Church Road would be through this strip here. It's actually in the town of Apex, but Apex's transportation plan has been modified to include this, the road connection for the extension of a collector through that area to complete the connection from West High Street to Salem Church Road. The land use plan designates low-density residential for this area, and the densities proposed do comply. This shows the transportation plan, and you can see the collector road just in a conceptual location through the site, and then, as I mentioned, would continue on through Apex to Salem Church. There were protest petitions received on this case. It is a valid protest. This just lists the concerns that were raised and summarized in the protest petitions. We had 71 protests submitted prior to the initial hearing. There was a second hearing on this project, and 2 additional protests were received there. Most of the concerns focused on traffic issues, density, schools. There's been a lot of discussion related to access and the issues with the railroad as well. And at this point, again, I'll ask Mr. Evangelista for the Planning and Zoning Board recommendation.
I'm very glad to hear about the historic house being added afterwards. We did interrogate that quite a bit. There were some folks who just didn't think all that could have been done had been done, so I'm glad to see that's been put to bed. The information you got from the applicant at your hearing, much like what we got, a bunch of alternatives to get around the fact that West High is just never going to cross that railroad track and never going to reach Davis Drive, and we're all going to have to figure out some way to get our heads wrapped around that. And we looked at different flow patterns that putting the stub into Salem Church Road would do, and you just look at this and look at it and you hope it's enough, and it simply, to one of our members, wasn't. And interestingly, the nay vote was because Apex had not figured out what they're going to do yet with Salem Church and Davis Drive. And just us stubbing to Salem Church doesn't solve anything until we know how that's going to be handled at Davis Drive, or we're just going to put a ton more cars onto a road where everyone's going to be fighting to make a left-hand turn. So that was the no vote there. One point I do want to make, though, when we approve this, was I believe, and I don't mean to put Mr. Jensen on the spot, but I'm going to do it anyway, that if the warrant analysis doesn't put a light in at West High and Cary Parkway, that the town could somehow, is it petition or somehow try to make that happen beyond a standard warrant analysis thing, that there's anything we can do, and we just put in as a comment, then do that. If for some reason that warrant analysis doesn't happen, we have to do everything in our power, because those folks who live in that area were led to believe West High would connect, and it's, hey, what are you going to do? It's not going to happen. We don't want them to hear, what are you going to do? It's not going to happen another time. And that, even though we approved it, it was with that comment, not even a caveat, just a comment that we put forward. But this is, as far as we could see, the best mitigation possible.
Mark, I think you're doing an excellent job representing the thoughts of the P&Z board. So I want to thank you for your role here, and thanks to the P&Z board. It's really hard for us to explain to our citizens the constraints under which a city or a town in North Carolina works. Railroad, beyond what we can do. NCDOT with its requirements for the signal. I mean, I can't think of any signals where we were able to get it signalized without the warrant, but maybe Mr. Bailey could tell us otherwise, but I just don't remember any. Oh, Jerry's going, no. No way, man. Never happens. So it's really, I mean, it'd be nice. We would love to be able to do it, but we can't. So these are just constraints we work under. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I did want to address that since you were bringing up that. And it's like really great intent, and we share that sentiment, but we
That's why we don't call it a caveat, we just call it a comment.
Nice. Was there anything else? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that was it.
Okay. The one thing I'd say about this, and I don't know if we want to go to the map at this juncture, but I like the connection down. I think it makes a good grid. I think it's good connectivity. The one thing that I do have concern about is having a lot of driveway cuts on that connection, and we have a policy that tries to encourage a developer to limit the driveway cuts on a connector. The West High is a perfect example of a developer complying with that. There's very few driveway cuts along there. If any, I mean, I know the pool's on there, but there's hardly anything. Go back to that picture. But it would be really nice. I know that they're kind of just showing us theoretically where it could go. It'd be really nice if the applicant could do everything in his power to run that connection down and limit driveway cuts. And I'm not asking that as a condition or anything. I'm just suggesting something that's I think important to our community.
Yeah, I just have one, since you brought it up and we're talking about the collector. I only really have one comment, besides the fact that I think the citizens have really come back to the table, and I really give them a lot of credit, because I think a lot of them were really entrenched in, not supporting it because they couldn't get the railroad. And I don't know what it's like to have been promised something years and years ago, and then for the whole environment to change around you, and it's not their fault. Mm-hmm. So I definitely understand that. With respect to the collector road, I do agree with the citizen that some folks do take advantage of these collector roads, and they speed. And I did have a conversation with the applicant, because there's certainly ways to mitigate that. And I think the applicant had a great idea of maybe putting in a stop sign, trailing the road off to the right, having a road go up to the historic home. But one of the other things I've seen recently is people are rolling through stop signs where they know nobody's coming the other way. And so one of the options that I've seen, and I spoke with the applicant about, is some of the mini roundabouts really do slow down traffic. So I'd hope, this isn't obviously a condition or something that can be considered right now, but I hope that the applicant will certainly consider that, because we've seen them in a lot of neighborhoods, and they've significantly slowed traffic down. And I see Jerry going, yeah, they do, kind of. Yeah. Oh, they do.
For Jerry, we're just speaking for him today.
Yeah, we're all speaking for Jerry today. But they don't take up a lot of space. They're a nice amenity. They're certainly pretty. And so I want to find whatever we can to help alleviate some of the issues that the citizens came to us with. So just a suggestion.
I want to thank the applicant for working so hard to get that condition for the historic home there. I think it's a wonderful thing. It's not easy to do that, and I appreciate that. The real issue, of course, is the traffic flow here, and I struggled a lot with it. I mean, it's counterintuitive to think putting 80-some more houses in an already area that has, I don't even know how to say it. I mean, it's bad, right? Add 80 more houses on there, and that's going to make it better, is a counterintuitive kind of thing. And that's why I struggled with it. But I really think in this case, if the collector road doesn't happen, the rezoning doesn't happen. I mean, it's a condition. It's in there to town standards. And as far as the traffic light, I mean, that letter that we had attached to the staff report from the Department of Transportation, I've seen other letters from the Department of Transportation, and this one is probably as concrete a letter as you're going to get. It's not concrete, but it's as concrete as you're going to get from them in terms of that traffic light. And I think that traffic light is really, really critical. I agree with Planning and Zoning Board on that. I mean, we need to do whatever we can to make sure that's there. But, I mean, that assures me that at least we're doing everything we can now. The Department of Transportation is going to do all we can. The collector is going to be there, or if the rezoning doesn't happen, the house is saved. I mean, I'm in support.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. My biggest concerns was the traffic. And the uses to me have always been pretty much like the uses next to them. So it's got to be the connectivity and it's got to be the traffic light. And like you said, you got about as far as you can get from DOT with the letter. I don't know what else you can get from them. They're not going to give it to you without the traffic being there. So I'm going to support it as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about, I think looming in the back is always what's the alternative, and if you get lower density there without any improvements, have you really helped the situation?
Other thoughts, comments, or motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve West High South rezoning 14 REZ 19.
Second. There's a motion and a second. I'll remind everyone it'll take 5 affirmative votes for this to pass since it's a supermajority.
Is this our last time having this?
No, there's a few more in the pipeline. Yeah, a few more. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. We need a consistency statement motion.
Do I have to say it?
So moved.
Yeah.
There's a motion
Second.
and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Bierman. Would someone like to read a motion to go into closed session?
Certainly, pursuant to GS 143-318-11A1 and 3, I move that we hold a closed session to consult with attorneys employed by and or retained by the town in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the town. Among other things, the council expects to receive advice concerning the following lawsuit, Place Associate LLC versus the town of Cary.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
We've never had that before.
I know. Reconvene our council meeting. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Aye.
This has been a production of Cary TV. Visit the Town of Cary's website at townofcary.org.